Okay. Ready to live stream? Live stream, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors, those in the gallery, and thank you for coming tonight to participate in our ordinary meeting of council. We welcome all those that are present and I declare this meeting open. The City of the Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. We pay our respects to elders past and present and their descendants. The terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted on the door, and that's as you enter, and please ensure that you have read them prior to attending this meeting and please abide by them. Tonight's attendance and apologies are we have Councillor McCulloch away, Councillor Singh, who's now joined us, and Neil staff attending electronically. Are there any leaves of absence? If there are, then you need to fill out the form in your desk. Fill one in. Is there a leave of absence for Councillor Podovnik? Okay. Right, we'll find that, or we'll get you to fill in another one there. There we go. So, declarations of financial and proximity interests and interests affecting impartiality. Mr Stephen Kane, the CEO, declared an impartiality interest in item 14.3.1, the proposed amendment number 215 to local planning scheme number 17, additional use lot 4, number 1447 Great Northern Highway, Upper Swan, which is LPS 17-215. The item has been submitted by Planning Solutions where his son is employed. Councillor Bowman declared an impartiality interest in item 14.2.3, which is Lilac Hill and Ellenbrook District Open Space Dog Prohibited Area, as his son plays cricket and played one game at Lilac Hill. Sorry? And got 3 wickets, thanks for that. Are there any other declarations of interest that need to be submitted? If there are, the forms are in your desk underneath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Chair, I have one from Councillor Zanino submitted tonight in item 14.22, Amendment 1 to North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan. It's an impartiality interest in that he has a relative, not a direct relative, who's a part owner of that property.
Thank you, Mr CEO. And if you did have any others I've just said, just fill them out and pass them up to the CEO. Thank you. Then we move on to number 5, public question time. Questions and answers are recorded in the minutes of the meeting and they may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996. All questions received for this meeting have been answered and have been included in this schedule, and all questions will be published in the minutes of this meeting. Yeah. So 5.1, answers and questions which were to be taken on notice. There were questions from Ms Catherine Goh and questions from Ms Jane Genovese and also Mr Craig Ballantyne, and they have been forwarded a copy of those answers. 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda. We're up to now 5.2.1, questions of which due notice has been given. One person has asked questions of which they've been answered below and they'll be published in the minutes, and that was Ms Smarter Turner. And you can find those in your running sheet there. 5.2.2, questions without due notice. 2 people have asked questions of which are answered below and they'll be published in the minutes also. And that was Ms Shannon Wilson from Trillion Trees and Mr Dixon Lowe on behalf of the Vines Residents and Ratepayers Association. And these have been provided to those that submitted the questions.
Question,
Councillor Hallett?
thank you. For those who are in the public gallery who've had their questions answered, are they able to respond to the questions provided?
There will be the following people that registered to ask questions will be able to ask a question. So,
okay, so those who have received a written response don't get to agree or question the response.
not at this point, is my understanding. It'll be those that...
Again, to the Chair, there's no provision in the meeting procedures, local law for that.
Thank you. So the following people have registered to ask questions this evening. We have Ms Vicky Caulfield from Trillion Trees. Vicky, are you in the gallery tonight? Hello. If you'd like to come up. If you'd like to ask your question, and staff will endeavour to answer that for you. If you just push the button on the speaker as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll
yes.
just get you to state which item it is that you're going
Oh,
to
yes,
ask the questions
yes, I
on.
will be
Thanks.
doing that. So thank you for the opportunity. My question relates to item 14.2.2, Amendment 1 to the North Ellenbrook West District Structure Plan. This week I wrote to council members with my concerns that the proposal to extend the district structure plan to include lot 5892 poses a serious threat to a large area of intact Banksia woodlands, which, as you will all know, are classified as an endangered ecological community and protected under the federal government's Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. And I wish to thank the councillors who replied to me, and there was a few of them, thank you, and especially to Deputy Mayor Ian Johnson, who took the trouble to actually do a site visit on the weekend with an ecologist to get a better understanding of the lot in question. I would like to ask the Deputy Mayor, if he doesn't mind, if he can share with us his impressions of the site and what the ecologist's professional opinion was of the land's ecological value.
Thank you for that request. Unfortunately, that wasn't a report that was issued from the City of Swan. That was something that the Deputy Mayor has done in his own time. So that's not information that we're able to share at Council at this stage. So you... No, the question is for staff at this point from...
Oh, this is for staff.
Yes, questions to staff.
Oh, okay.
At an
Will
agenda
there be an
forum?
opportunity for questions to the council members?
No, not in an ordinary council meeting is my understanding. Is that correct?
Unless he wanted to share it at some other point. Thank you, anyway.
Thank you. Did you have a question for staff though?
Just say that I'm registered, but my name's not.
Ms Shannon Wilson actually registered to ask a question of the staff, and hers is probably relevant, but she's not listed up there, so would that be okay for...
Yeah, we'll go through those that have registered first,
Sure.
if that's okay.
Thank
And
you.
If we've got time permitting, we'll put you in there, Shannon. Thank you. Okay, then we'll move on. Mr. Richard Janes. Thank you, Mr. Janes. And if you could just list which agenda item this relates to, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This relates to item 14.2.2 and it's to the Planning Department. Amendment 1 is requesting that lot 5892 be added to the North Ellenbrook West District Structure Plan. Whilst this is being considered, will the decision impact on the development of the land that has already been approved?
Thank you. Mr. van der Linde, if you could respond, please. All right. Maybe we could borrow Mr. Russell's.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Mayor. So, just to confirm, the question is whether, whilst this application is being considered through the planning process, whether it will have any impact on the development proposals on the area that has already been approved. In a broader planning process, the area to the north has already, as you've said, had approval on the district structure plan stage and is currently in a process where the environmental studies are being assessed by the EPA as part of an MRS amendment that applies to part of that land that has already been approved in a district structure plan. So in the context of that part of the development proposals that's happening at the moment, this application will not directly impact that because that MRS amendment applies to a different area. In the longer term, the development, if development takes place on this land, it will have an impact on that broader area in the where it meets that area. So in terms of the public open space that's proposed on that area, on the boundary between the areas, that will have to be considered as a whole in future as part of the environmental concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jane. And we had a question from Ms. Marilena Stimful. Hello, Marilena. If you could please just state which item you're...
Oh, thank you, Richard. Yes, it's 14.2.2.
Thank you.
So first of all, I'd like to give kudos to the City of Swan for recognizing our local biodiversity and the landscape that produced them within the local biodiversity strategy. But because actions speak louder than words, I would like to ask the staff if the intent of this strategy is reflected in their recommendation to Council with regards to this motion, and if no, why?
Thank you, Mr. Van der
Oh, I
Ven.
have a second part, sorry. And the second part is staff aware that lot 5892, which has a footprint of 163 hectares, of which 120 is a sand mining tenement, has an approved disturbance footprint for mining of only 16 hectares, and that of those, only 7, that is 5% of the approved disturbance envelope, have been disturbed by mining. This means that 95% of the 120 hectares have been not touched. Did you guys know this? And have you taken this into consideration when you made your recommendation to Council?
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you,
through
Mr.
you. In regards to the first question, that is essentially a similar question to a question that was asked by Mr. Dixon Lowe and by Ms. Shannon Wilson. So if you look at the schedule of tonight and you look at the answer to question 1 of Mr. Dixon Lowe, that is essentially the answer to your first question. And basically, it identifies that the biodiversity strategy obviously look at the high level on how the biodiversity needs to be looked after within the City of Swan. And that then informs,
Oh, you just keep going.
sorry. So that then informs the city's comments on proposals that will be received. So at the next levels of the plan, in the planning process, the recommendations or the guidance that's provided within the biodiversity strategy will be refined. In this specific instance, the land under question here, which we now know is a TC that's listed under the EPBC Act, it is the relevance of the mining tenement is really important. The mining activities were approved in 1988 under state legislation. That was prior to the promulgation of the EPBC Act, which came into operation in 1999. So our interpretation of the law is that when the EPBC Act came into operation, that's not retrospectively applied and cannot override those approvals that's already been put in place. And therefore, under the current scenario, that mining activities have been approved, and that approval means that the land will be cleared. And that is the proponent's justification for this land to go to urban, whereas it's land that will be cleared, and in the rehabilitation of that land, the levels will be made consistent with those other areas adjacent to it, and will be suitable for residential development. That it will also mean that the area doesn't have to be filled. You don't have to transport sand onto the site. Then in relation to your second question, with the mine tenement, as we know, is 120 hectares, of which 29 hectares have already been mined and cleared. And but the mining activity under the mining approval itself only covers, was it 92 hectares of the 120 hectares. So therefore, that the remaining part there, which is about 29 hectares, and the remaining part of the lot that is in the northern, is located to the north of the mining tenement, those two areas together will have to be assessed environmentally in the next stage of development prior to the MRS for this section going ahead.
Awesome. Can I just ask a follow-up question? Do I have time?
It's quick.
Yeah, very quick. So the numbers I quoted come from 360 Environmental Consulting, prepared for 2021, when they looked at the development of the North Ellenbrook. The numbers you quoted in terms of what has been mined or not are very different. to the ones that I found in my resource. So where did those numbers come from?
No, I think it aligns. You've said that the mining tenement
16.
of 120
Yeah.
hectares, 92 hectares of that is in the mining approval has been approved for mining activities, which leaves a remaining part that's not so. That's
360 says that only 16 hectares are approved for disturbance. 1616. I can send you the reference. That's a 2021 report.
the numbers that I've referenced are the numbers that's in the application. So sorry, I wasn't aware of
There is
that
a
part.
discrepancy. It happens all the time. We just need to get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time quickly for another question. Ms. Shannon Willison, if you'd like to come up to the podium and just state which agenda item you are going to speak to. Thanks.
14.2.2. Sorry, it's just my phone. My question to the city is that the City of Swan local planning strategy does not identify Lot 5892 as a future urban area. Can the city first explain why it wasn't identified as such, and in addition, why it would therefore support Amendment 1, which would turn the site into an urban development?
Thank you, Mr. van der Lim.
Madam Mayor, through you, the city's local planning strategy reflects the state government approved planning framework for, so it's a sub-regional planning framework for the Northeast Corridor. In a Northeast Corridor plan, that land is identified as future investigation. And that is reflected in our local planning strategy. What has happened since our local planning strategy and the sub-regional framework were adopted is the Commission had to address all those areas within a metropolitan area that's been identified for further investigation to be done. So across the metro, there were certain of those areas that the department themselves investigated further. And there were certain areas where the Commission agreed that those areas can be a proponent-driven application where they do those investigations. This area falls in one of those parts where the Commission identified that the proponents can do those investigations. You will note that in the officer's recommendation in the June 21 report was that we believe that the planning system is in place as a sequential planning process, and therefore we recommended that the Commission include this district structure plan as an amendment into the sub-regional framework. They've made a decision to approve the current district structure plan that's been approved as a strategic document that guides future development of the site, basically as an addendum to that. The best way to describe it as an addendum to that sub-regional framework. So that's how it all happened.
Can I just quickly ask a clarification? Sorry, and maybe that was overly complicated for the normal person, but does that mean that you will be changing your strategy?
Madam Mayor, yes, we are currently busy with a project to bring our local planning strategy in line with recent decisions. It is interesting that although we've accepted it as a project and doing it, the Commission actually doesn't want an updated local planning strategy within 5 years from the previous one. So, but essentially our position is that this and other modifications that has come about through decisions by the Commission will be added to our local planning strategy.
Can I possibly just ask when that might be happening?
We're currently going through that. That will be briefed with council later, to council later in this year. But I cannot confirm what the outcome of the whole process will be through the Commission, as we still have to then, once we've gone through the process, discuss with them on how they want us to progress that, because at the end will require their approval.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have gone over time for public questions, but I'd just like to ask, is there anyone else, other than those that have already had their questions answered in the gallery, that are wishing to ask a question on an item on the agenda tonight? If you could just raise your hand. Is there anyone? No? Oh, Ms Marta? Yep. We can probably take another question. Okay.
So you'll have to rule, Madam Mayor, that you're going to extend question time for one more question.
So that was that I would rule that we will extend this time by taking one more question. And that question, yes, after the question from Ms Smarter, could you state the item that you're referring to, please?
It's the Gidge plan, I believe it's 14.2.1. And I have asked questions which I have received answers for, and if I could just get clarification. It seems that the actions listed in the plan are of recent projects and currently doing, those are the words, of the city. There aren't many future actions, and to me what's missing is the vision. So where is the future vision for the area in that document?
I'll ask Mr van der Linde if he can respond, please.
Madam Mayor, if you refer to the Gidgegannup local area plan, there's a section that talks about state influence land use frameworks and the future of Gidgegannup on page 77 of the agenda. That if you read the whole document, the vision for Gidgegannup has not been specifically mentioned in the plan and highlighted as a vision. But Gidgegannup is a rural area that's defined by what is there at the moment and what can be done in future. And what this plan is addressing for the future is identifying those matters that will have an impact in the future and highlight that to the community in the process where they define their priorities for the area. And therefore you would see that some of the priorities address the orange route that you've raised, which is it's a reality that is a project that is currently being investigated by the government and needs to be reflected in that area. So all those things together forms the vision for the area. The other main impact on Gidgegannup will be the urban area that's been identified and how that will be treated in the future. And then in relation to your first remark when you asked the question in relation to the actions, there's actions, not how to address these priorities. The function of the local area plan is in the first instance to identify the priorities for the community in that area, and then to share that with all the business units, and they then plan to address those priorities in future actions that will come through the council, through their service planning and budget process.
Thank you. Can I just add, the question was probably more to the council, where is the vision for the area? Because the administration just needs to execute.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, questions can't be taken because it's public question time. Then we can, or not?
You can ask a procedural question.
Yes.
So from now on, at question time, the public are not allowed to ask councillors any questions, because that's not been the case before. Is that going to be the rule from now on? And if it is going to be the rule from now on, then the public needs to know and councillors need to know. And also, isn't that a decision for this council, not something that's decided right here and now on the night?
Thank you. Mr CEO, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you. So in accordance with section 4.2 of public question time, it's a process there for the public to ask questions and to receive responses. It's a public question time. It's not for introducing debate. The time for councillors to respond or issue is during the debate on the individual items. So there's no provision in the meeting procedures local law that I'm aware of for the public to get up and ask for questions you would note that normally when that's been done in the past, it's the mayor of the time or whoever's presiding member would simply say, well, that matter's up for consideration tonight. Council will consider it and consider that during the course of debate.
Thank you. So 5.3, other question, excuse me?
Can I ask a clarification about that? Because it says under 4.2, time is allocated at council meetings for members of the public to ask the council questions. It's pretty clear to me. Is it not clear that they can ask council questions?
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, so the issue is not directed at, it doesn't say can ask councillors questions. So it's not there intended. It's the body corporate council. So the body corporate responds back through the staff administration. There's no time that says that the time's asked to ask councillors questions. There is no provision that in the text.
Right. So we're going to move on to 5.3, other questions not relating to items contained in the agenda. Are there any other questions in the gallery that need to be asked? Questions not relating to items contained in the agenda. If there is. Okay. So 5.3.1, questions of which due notice has been given. One person has asked questions of which are answered below and will be published in the minutes, and that was Mr. Bob Baku. We move on to 5.3.2, questions without due notice. And one person has asked questions of which are answered below and will be published in the minutes. And that was Ms. Anne Janes from Bullsbrook Residents and Ratepayers Association Incorporated. Other than those that have already had their questions answered, is there any member of the public wishing to ask a question on an item not on the agenda? No. 6 leads us to public statement time. Registration for public statement time at council meetings is required by 6 p.m. on Tuesday the 13th February 2024. And the following people have registered to make a 2-minute public statement. And the first is Mr. Dixon Lowe from the Vines Residents and Ratepayers Association Incorporated. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. You have Mr. Lowe, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can. This is a fair amount of detail, which I believe is presented to you in writing in front of the members of this council. I'd like to emphasise the purpose of this statement is to alert you to the fast deteriorating situation in the Vines as the owners of the Golf Resort and Country Club, the Vines WA Pty Limited, proceed with their development plans. You should be familiar with those. The Vines community, some 3,500 households, are looking to this council to respond to emerging changes to the Vines before they become irrevocable. This is a serious matter. In June 2021, the Vines WA announced their redevelopment plan to reconfigure the 36-hole course to make the existing driving range and 25% of the open playing land available for housing infill. In that announcement, the redevelopment project was declared to be worth $200 million. This plan immediately met with a strong community opposition, which continues today. In April 2023, a development application was submitted, and it was opposed by both this council as well as JDAP. The reasons were the piecemeal approach and need for a structure plan amendment were the main reasons for that rejection. Vines WA Pty Limited did not appeal against that JDAP decision. Second attempt with inquiry was also opposed and withdrawn by the city. Despite the rejection by the City of Swan and JDAP, the Vines have continued to state their intention to proceed with the new driving range, the reduction of 2 18-hole courses to form a single course and a short course of unknown size and length. It varies depending on the publication. This loss of an 18-hole public course is of great detriment to tourism and the wider community now, and will be increasingly so with the projected urban growth in the Ellenbrook area. Tonight I need to alert you to this matter as has significantly escalated. The situation is as follows.
Thank you very much. That was the 2 minutes. Have you got much to go?
Well, I think I can just emphasise a couple of points here.
I think we've had to be a very quick, succinct last
Certainly.
few seconds.
There is a declaration which is that the composite course will be opened on the 2nd of April. Composite course is a breakdown of the existing facilities into one course. This is without any authority or any application to the JDAP or anybody else. We appeal to you as the council representing us to please have a look at the obligations you have in enforcing the local planning scheme number 17 and the outline development plan 37.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe. Otherwise, we'll be extending it for each of the other speakers, but thank you. Next, we have Ms. Bree Ramsey regarding a community garden. You here tonight, Ms. Ramsey? Hello.
Here I am.
Question? Oh, no, there's no
Just
questions. Is there?
a really quick question. Do you mind if you maybe tell speakers they have 30 seconds left while they're speaking
I'm
so they
happy
can
to
wrap
call
it up?
that, thank you. Although it's on the screen up here, so it is up for the member too. I'm happy to call it. I know that it gets quite consuming when you're in there. Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So due to the large volume of motions at the recent AEM, I was unable to speak, so I'm putting through a public statement to request the area known as the Cactus Farm to be repurposed as a community garden. Could you hear that?
Sorry. That's your public statement?
Yeah. Growing culinary herbs, native bush tucker, some fruits and bioavailable produce. The community gardens are not just spaces for cultivation, they are vital, fostering community spirit, promoting environmental awareness and contributing to the mental and physical well-being of participants. So they provide platforms for education on sustainable practices, encourage local food production, create inclusive environments that welcome individuals from all walks of life. In essence, community gardens are a testament to what we can achieve when we can come together for a common cause. The motion recently passed with significant backing, which requests that all city-owned land within the Midland Oval Precinct remain a public open space. This was voted at the last AEM 46-16. Which just goes to show that this is something the community does want. As a property owner and community member of Midland, my dedication to the betterment of Midland is my priority. The consideration of a community garden on the lot, the Cactus Farm, aligns with the express wishes of our community and the precedent set by recent council decisions. I firmly believe that this initiative will not only enhance the aesthetic and the environmental value of our city, but also strengthen the bond of our community.
Thank you, unless you've got 5 more seconds, but you did well to get through that. And thank you for coming tonight and delivering that statement. And now we have Marilena Stimpfel. Ms. Marilena Stimpfel. Thanks, Marilena, and you have 2 minutes. I can give you the warning at 30 seconds if you need.
That should be all right. And the 2 reasons, there are 2 reasons why I'm here and why I was inspired tonight to give this statement. One was the strong message that came from the community at the annual elector meeting, where the vast majority of those motions spoke to the need to maintain biodiversity within our city and the imperative to protect high conservation and biodiversity area within the coastal sand plains. You probably all know that the coastal sand plains brim with biodiversity, but unfortunately they are now included among the world's top threatened biodiversity hotspots. These hotspots are defined as places where exceptional concentration of endemic species can be found and where species are undergoing exceptional loss of habitat. Our coastal sand plains have been cleared on a large scale to make place for agriculture, mining, and housing. One of the most threatened species whose decline is associated with the annihilation of coastal sandplain and associated Banksia woodland is the black-tailed cockatoos. Did you know that the evolutionary lineage of these birds goes back 66 million years? Yet it has taken less than 200 years to get from a point where we had flocks so big in the sky that it went dark to a situation where there are fewer than 10 to 40,000 of these birds still alive, with these numbers decreasing rapidly. Their crisis is real. Their roosting, feeding, and nesting sites are disappearing fast. As of 2016, over 60% of the Banksia woodland have been obliterated by our ever-expanding city. In 2024, that number is even greater. I don't know about you, but when I hear the call of cockatoos, I always stop and look up. And I would hate to live in a world where these birds no longer fly in the sky and their voices are not heard. In this chamber, sometimes we are offered the chance to help protect these hotspots from further destruction and give a chance to the animals and the plants that depend on them for their survival.
Thank you.
Those
Have you got
opportunities.
much more there at all?
One line. Take those opportunities, please don't waste them.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Dimple. Okay. Now we have Councillor Johnson to make a public apology.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I advise this meeting that a complaint was made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which it was alleged that I contravened the Local Government Model Code of Conduct 2021 when I made certain comments in a newsletter in relation to an alternative motion raised at a special council meeting held on the 30th of May 2023. The panel found that by behaving in this manner I committed one breach of Regulation 18 of the said regulations. I accept that I should not have acted in such a manner, and I now apologise to Councillor Rochelle Prodovnik, Councillor Charlie Zanino and former Councillor Mel Congerton for having done so.
Thank you for that apology. And then we have petitions. All petitions were to be presented to Council at the Agenda Forum last Wednesday evening. The following petition was presented at the Agenda Forum on the 7th of February 2024 that requires to be tabled tonight. It was Mr Les Marshall from the Hazelmere Progress Association presented a petition with 27 names to install street signs on the corner of McMullen and Anthea Streets to reduce the risk of an accident at the Agenda Forum on 7th of February 2024 to be tabled at this meeting. And the recommendation was one that the petition be referred to the CEO for consideration and response, and I ask for a mover, Councillor Bowman, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jones. So I'll put that motion to the vote. Is there anyone against? A bit quicker. No, all in favour, thank you. And deputations, all deputations for items on the agenda were heard at the Agenda Forum held on the 7th of February 2024. Announcements by the presiding member, I don't have any this evening, except Happy Valentine's Day to everyone that came tonight who might otherwise be celebrating. And leave of absence, I think those have been submitted, thank you, which was Councillor Prodovnik. And Councillor Howlett, you have one as well, which we'll just gather. Thank you, Mr. CEO. We have Councillor Prodovnik from the 28th of February to March the 5th, inclusive. Ask if anyone's against. Or... Yep, we'll go both. And Councillor Howlett from March the 28th to April the 1st, inclusive. Is there anyone against? No? Thank you. We'll have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Bowman, and a seconder. Councillor Miles. Is there anyone against? No. Thank you. And now we move to the confirmation of minutes. So 11.1, confirmation of minutes of ordinary meeting of council, which was held on the 13th of December 2023. It was adjourned and reconvened on the 18th of December 2023. The resolution required to confirm the minutes of the 13th of December 2023 adjourned and reconvened on the 18th of December 2023 meetings with the following amendment. Item 14.3.6, Amendment Number 2 to the Rosehill Water Structure Plan, parts of Lot 82, Lot 200 and Lot 9002, West Parade, South Guildford, which was Swan SP 2015/3/B. Have the words deemed as to refuse as no recommendation was removed from after the resolution. So due to the resolution not to adopt the officer's recommendation and no further recommendations being put forward, the application has not been refused, only that there was no other alternate recommendation resolved. Do I have a mover?
I've got a question.
We've already asked for a mover, so I'll take that. Can I take a question, Councillor Howlett?
Thank you. I'm just wondering when staff became aware of this.
I'm happy to take that after we'd considered what the resolution of the meeting was that night.
Further question, please. Why did we just get notification of this then yesterday if it was known back in December the 13th?
Yeah, I'm not aware when you actually got the information. The first I've seen of this is specifically relates to the matter. There was most recently a copy of a SAT decision that was made available to, or sorry, we were made aware of, where they had a similar matter where the SAT determined because council had not made a specific resolution on this to refuse, to accept or otherwise, that resulted in the matters being sent back by SAT to the city in that particular case. I'm happy to send you a copy of that decision as well.
A question, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. So this new way of deciding or not deciding that it's not a deemed refusal if it doesn't get approved by council, and what my question is: does that apply to every single decision, or does that just apply to structure plan decisions? What kind of decisions are we talking about here?
Through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Seager.
Thank you. It's all decisions. So it wasn't we weren't first aware as council had considered a debate, and noting the December meeting was reconvened, it was long, that during the course of which no one had moved an alternate motion. Having realised that afterwards, the meeting already closed, we were then of the view that, well, council had probably refused to redeem the refusal. But having looked at it more deeply and also now considered the SAT decision that we were made aware of just recently, we're clear that council needs to make a resolution. So during the course of debate, if an alternate motion is raised, and at the end of it, it is voted down, unless someone has moved the officer's recommendation or some alternate motion, then simply getting to the end of that, and we have a non-decision. And that's what's become apparent to us now.
So just a minute. So just you can't foreshadow an alternative in the meeting.
No,
You've got to do that alternative.
No, through the chair. Foreshadowed motions are contained within your meeting procedures. Just having gone through a whole debate and no one's foreshadowed anything, and no one said, look, I'm going to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, which is what effectively happened on that reconvened late meeting. We got to the position we all thought, well, council had probably deemed to refuse it, but now looking at it legally, council just made no decision on it. So it's essential when council consider these and you're debating the items, if you're withdrawing them, my time is up, then you need to either foreshadow or say my intention is to move the officer's recommendation.
My question was actually, can you foreshadow an alternative to the officers' meeting in that debate?
Indeed, and that's the question I already answered for you, and I said that's
Was
contained
it yes or no?
I said yes, it's contained in
You
your
can
meeting.
do that.
I'll say that again quite clearly. Yes, it's contained in your meeting procedures,
Right.
local
Okay.
law.
Thank you. That's what I understood. Now, the other thing is, would you mind sending us a copy of the SAT decision that you're referring to?
Through the chair, I'm more than happy to have that distributed to council members.
And
Thank
one
you.
further
Question?
question relating to this.
Councillor Hallett.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mayor. Has the council received legal advice on this, or is this an in-house governance understanding?
So through the chair, this is our own in-house legal reviewing this and realising as they looked at now at the planning item and taking this precedent that there has been no decision made on this item.
Okay. Question, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so my question is, so it appears that these words deemed as to refuse as no recommendation was moved was inserted into the minutes by a member of staff. So there was no resolution to insert that in there, so it's been incorrectly inserted and we're now just removing those words which shouldn't have been there in the first place. Is that correct? Yep.
Effectively, that is correct because the minutes have recorded that way. We need to remove it. So staff have looked at what council resolved, having sat back and said, well, what was the decision? And they said, well, they didn't make a decision. They just refused to make a recommendation. We had to record some outcome for the meeting, which we've recorded. But now having looked at this, we realise just because you didn't make a decision didn't actually leave us with a position where you'd made a decision.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number 12. Oh, sorry, mover, we were in that process. So a mover, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, and a seconder. Okay. So we've got Councillor Henderson, and then is there anyone against? Councillor Howlett, do you wish to debate? So put the matter to the vote. All those in favour? So we'll go through Councillor. Okay. So we've got Deputy Mayor Johnson, we've got Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Singh, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanita, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, and myself. And those against, if you could raise your hand, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, and Councillor Knight, and Councillor Howlett. Thank you. What was that total? 13. So move to item number 12, business left over from the previous meeting. There was nil. And item 13, adoption of those recommendations contained in the items not withdrawn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to withdraw one of the items.
I was going to read it out first and then we'll get to it, that's fine. So we'll just go through that again. So adoption of those recommendations contained in items that have not been withdrawn. For the benefit of community members observing the meeting, the Council uses an en bloc method of decision making. This means that the agenda items where Council supports the officer recommendations are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items and the officer recommendation is therefore the decision of Council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via that en bloc method. Therefore, the officer recommendation will be the decision of Council. Councillor Podovnik, did you to withdraw when I get to yours? So 14.1.2, City Grant and Sponsorship Funding Report 2022-23. 14.3.1, the proposed amendment number 215 to Local Planning Scheme number 17, additional use lot 4, number 1447 Great Northern Highway, Upper Swan, LPS 17215. 14.5.1, Financial Management Report for the period ended 30th November 2023. 14.5.2, Financial Management Report for the period ended 31st of December 2023. There's quite a list here, so we'll get there. 14.5.3, List of Accounts paid in November 23. 14.5.4, List of Accounts paid in December 23. And then 14.5.5, which is the sale of land rates and charges outstanding more than 3 years. And you'd like to withdraw that, Councillor Podovnik?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So that item has been withdrawn. So we'll now ask for a mover for these items that were retained. Councillor Bowman, and a seconder. Councillor Miles, is that? Thank you very much. Is anyone against? Councillor no? No one against? Don't need to put it to the vote then. Carried. So that's carried. Right, we're moving along. We'll get to some of the items soon. So then we had number 14, reports withdrawn for debate or absolute majority vote required. And the following reports have been withdrawn for debate in accordance with the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2023 and we dealt with by council individually. So we had 14.1.1, policy reviews on page 8 and proposed motion from Councillor Catalano.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I move
Yes.
that each of the policies be dealt with individually.
Just one moment. Can you move with them individually or not?
Yes, you could move them as a complex, as simple as a complex motion to move each one. It's more time consuming.
Yep. And so with this particular motion is a little bit more complex, so it is possible for me to preside and direct this. These will be dealt with individually. So if you're happy, we'll... It is my decision, I've just said, so we'll go through that. So Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to read your alternate motion, please. Now.
Thank you. That the council resolves to adopt policy 018, investment in surplus funds, subject to the inclusion of the following under prohibited investments. Investments that involve the production and selling of fossil fuels and armaments, clearing of global native forests, promotion of tobacco and other products harmful to human health and experimentation on animals. And the reason for that is the community increasingly expects that the city ensures it does not invest in entities that threaten the planet's biosphere and adversely impact on human and animal health and welfare.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howlett? Councillor Carlano?
Question, Madam Mayor.
Question, Councillor Bowman?
The motion that was moved is only one policy. Based on that, 3 other policies aren't being dealt with. So I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
We just voted to, I presided and said that we would split those individually.
Madam Mayor, the only motion that's been moved is one policy only.
Okay.
That's right, that's fine. What he's done is correct.
Okay. So then, still seconded?
Because at this stage there is no alternative to getting through this first
Okay.
part.
So then goes to Councillor
So
Howlett.
you've gone to the mover and the seconder for the item.
Yep, we've got a seconder. And then put it to a vote? Or?
No, you've got to
Okay.
now ask,
Yep.
go through the normal process, debate on each one.
Okay, Councillor Carlano, if
Madam
you'd like
Mayor,
to.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
I'm
Councillor
sorry if I
question,
may.
Councillor Henderson.
I did give notice at the agenda forum that I'd be doing a change to policy C165. Very late in the day, I received details of how to deal with that. So if we proceed along the lines as just been discussed, that wouldn't be dealt with. So that's why I asked that they all be dealt with individually.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can split it. We've done that.
So where does that leave Councillor Henderson then if he's
So at the moment you've got a motion which is
Yep.
currently before you on the first item. That's what we've got to consider. It's only one motion. Through the course of the debate on that, Councillor Bowman's foreshadowed moving a motion to move all the other motions depending on what happens with this motion.
Okay.
So we have to consider Councillor Bowman's
So we'll start with Councillor Carlano then.
Yeah, but questioning, Mr. CEO, if the Mayor has split this because the Mayor considers it to be complex, then it's split. The only way I see Councillor Bowman can put it all back together again is to move a motion to dissent from the Mayor's ruling. It's obviously it's clear as a bell.
I'm just going to go back to Councillor
Which
Carlano.
section of standing orders?
It's 4.2. We've just been discussing it earlier on. So we split it into Oh, sorry.
4.2 is structural question. Which section of standing
Division.
orders are you relying on?
Division of motions. 8.13, division of motions. Page 26. The presiding member may require that a complex motion be divided and put in the form of more than one motion, each of which is to be put in sequence. So it's a decision of the presiding member.
Which was decided.
Change to the chair, yes it is. But you've got the first motion, which is again dealing with this item, but you've also Councillor Bowman, who's also foreshadowed on this, taking the other 3 items and moving them on block.
But it's not relevant. It's been split. So the Mayor's done that. The only way for Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor, the only way for Councillor Bowman to put this back together is to dissent from your decision.
Mr CEO, can I get Councillor Bowman?
Madam Mayor, can I just ask then how you're going to split the motion that Councillor Catalano's moved that only deals with one policy? My foreshadow motion was allow us to deal with the other 3 motions as well. Otherwise, based on the advice that we just received, if this motion is carried or lost, we will not deal with the other 3 motions. I understand that Councillor Henderson wants to then debate or vote on each separately, which you have agreed to, but I cannot see, and please enlighten me, how you can split the motion that has been moved and seconded on the board right now.
Thank you. Just a moment, Councillor. Before I progress with that, do I get Councillor Catalano to speak to this, or what's my next one?
So if I pick up through the chair, Councillor Bowman is correct in that Councillor Catalano's motion, which is the one there, only deals with policy C018. So that's the only piece that's currently sitting there. You can come back to 8.3. The presiding member may require that a complex motion be divided, but Councillor Catalano hasn't moved a complex motion. She's moved a simple motion, which only deals with that item. Councillor Bowman is trying to correct a process to allow for a complex motion to be considered by foreshadowing that each of the others will be considered as individual item. That's the way I see it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Hunt, let us speak to a motion then.
If you're comfortable with that, I would go back to Councillor Catalano's motion. We're trying to do the first policy in order to get through this.
It will be a long meeting.
By 10 o'clock tonight.
Thank you. So, Councillor Catalano, if you'd like to open... is there anyone opposed to the way that's been described, that we're going to individually split these motions to deal with? Sorry.
Opposed to his
Motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman has indicated.
Is there anyone against Councillor Bowman? Okay.
This would be to ask the
Sorry.
question. This would be a stage, if you wish to ask at stage, where the question whether policy changes can actually be given any effect.
To Councillor Catalano.
That would be directed to me.
Right, so I'm just going to ask through the CEO if any of these policy changes will be affected.
So if I could just come to just this particular policy, and for consideration, one of my jobs is to give council advice. The problem with Councillor Catalano's motion is the changes become redundant because they can never be given effect. Council does not directly invest in anything other than financial institutions. Council cannot direct a financial institution under the Privacy Act or any other financial instrument to disclose in the assets of which they invest. So you can put any form of constraint onto policy, but would never be able to implement it. There's no way if I use the example of Austell Ships. Austell Ships is a provider of ferries to the Australian community. It also produces patrol boats. In America, Austell Ships makes warships for the American Navy. But Austell Ships is not something the city can directly invest in. Austell Ships will go to a financial institution to get funding, but the financial institution will never disclose who it invests in. So you can put all these constraints in, but we could never actually give them any effect.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. So I'm going to ask Councillor Catalano if she'd like to open a debate.
Yes, thank you. Well, there are, I'm aware of, plenty of ethical investment vehicles out there that give good return. And I see that the latest report from the officers actually agrees with me on that. Now, there are actually ethical investing funds that will give information about how they invest your money. In fact, I have my money invested in one, and I do know how it invests its money. In fact, ethical investment is proud to tell its investors how money is invested as an alternative to investing in these other harmful kinds of investments. That's what people want. They want a better world. That's what I want for this council. I want this council to promote a better world with the use of its funds. That's what I try to do with my own investing. Leadership is about doing some good with what resources we have. And we have to look at alternatives that are forward-thinking and progressive and make for that better world, not find reasons to not be progressive, not find reasons to stop or to stop looking for solutions to the problems that we have when it comes to harm to other living beings and to the world we're living in. We know it's wrong, then it has to stop. We have to stop investing in it. Just look at fossil fuels. 10 years ago, people would have said you're mad. Now we all are thinking about seriously divesting out of fossil fuels. And it can be done for all these other harmful kinds of conduct that actually don't make sense. Experimentation on animals, promotion of tobacco, the promotion of opioids, the destruction of global native forests. I mean, it's really the way that the future is going to have to go if we want to survive this, if we want our grandchildren to survive this. And we have to play our part on this council. There's no point making money now and leaving the world in a dire place for future generations, which is where we're headed without the proper research into alternative investments that are available out there now and investing in those investments so that you know what happens? There are more of them provided to would-be investors.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. That's your 3 minutes. Seconder, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I don't have too much more to add. I think everybody understands the intent of Councillor Catalano's motion. In the officer's comment, it seems to be very much geared towards revenue-based outcomes as opposed to a social conscience-based outcomes. We have to walk that fine line. I appreciate that. But I make the sacrifice myself by investing in a superannuation fund that is ethically based, and therefore I might not get the best returns. But that's a decision that I make to sacrifice perhaps a little bit of the return at the end of my life by doing what I can, contributing to the social good. I think that the council could follow suit as well.
Thank you. Are there any councillors who'd like to speak against the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I foreshadowed my previous motion because otherwise we would not be dealing with 3 of the policies and they would come back to another council meeting. Madam Mayor, I can't support this amendment to this policy. We just heard from the CEO that the staff can't actually follow it through. We are asking the CEO by implementing a policy to do something which he has told his council he cannot do. I don't know how staff would actually be able to get all the information to actually follow through on this motion. It would be quite complicated because it's not just like investing in green term deposits or something. We heard about there's a cost. Yes, the report talks about a $400,000 cost implication. I'd like to know where that $400,000 cost cut will come from in our income, what projects will be deleted. Will they be from the Pearce ward? Will they be from the Midland Guildford ward? Will they be from whatever ward, and what will they be? Or is the councillor who's moving the most and suggesting that the 400,000 drop in income will be offset by another increase in income, i.e. rates? Madam Mayor, councillors, if you want to deal with the other three motions as well, I suggest you vote against this motion so then the officer's original motion can be put where Councillor Henderson can then move his amendment to one of those.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Are there any councillors for the motion? No vote. Any against the motion? If there are no more councillors for or against the motion, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, right of reply, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, okay. Well, I mean, you can investigate alternative investments to find out whether these they invest in these harmful practices. It's not hard. Ordinary people like myself can do it. The second thing about costs, I mean, costs now, I mean, these are surplus funds we're talking about. They are not funds that are relied on for, you know, for the daily kind of...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
You just resume your seat for a moment, Councillor Catalano.
Councillor
Bowman, what was your
Councillor Catalano
point of
provided
order?
a fact which I believe is incorrect. Can we ask the CEO if that's incorrect? We don't rely on those incomes. It's obviously not budgeted for the investment returns.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Through you, Mr CEO.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman is correct. The income that generated as part of the city's budget each year, whilst they're listed as surplus funds, it just means they're not actively applied to the budget for the year, but we rely on the income generated in order to be able to fund future investments.
Councillor
Thank you.
Carlino, if you could withdraw
That's
that.
what I was trying to say, actually. Thank you for clarifying that. The thing is that costs now, short-termism. I mean, where is that going to get us? We know where that's going to get us. That's going to get us with a hell of a lot of costs in the future. Please, please. We have to start thinking about investing in a better world. This business as usual approach will not wash. It will not continue. You'll make this decision today, but ultimately, to not make my amendment, but ultimately you will have to support it. So I say do it now and let's get on with creating a better world.
Thank you. Those in favour of the motion? That's it. Deputy Mayor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. Those against? That's myself, Councillor Singh, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Podovnik. Is it 5-9? 5-9 and motion is lost. Now, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and as previously advised, I move the council resolve to 1, adopt 4 council policies with amendments. POLC, I believe is 018, investment of surplus fund. Policy C165, related party disclosures. Policy C133, use of City of Swan logo and civic crest. And policy C142, public art. And 2, the CEO be authorised to make any formatting or other minor changes to the policies during this period of currency, and happy for any minor amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Jones? Is there anyone against? Yes, I am. Councillor Catalano? Councillor Bowman, would you like to open your debate? No? Pass. Councillor Jones? No? Councillor Catalano? Would you like to speak to Councillor Bowman's against the motion? No? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. Was there anyone else for or against the motion? Yeah.
This is where your process is to make an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to amend policy C165, and that's to include in clause 5.6 to amend that declarations be required annually.
I was about to ask if you're happy. Just a moment, we need to put that amendment and confirm it.
Which clause?
So clause...
It's 56A. It's an A, yes.
That's the only amendment, Madam Chair.
Was that the only amendment?
Well, I'll be voting against the public art one.
Okay, we'll do this one first then. Question?
So we're in a situation where here's a question: have we split this into different motions, or have we foreshadowed the remaining motions? So we've got wanting to amend. Yeah, they're all together now, so I'm a bit lost, to be honest.
Right, Mr. CEO, if you could just direct where we go from Councillor Henderson's
Thank you. So
amendment. Thank you.
through the chair, Councillor Bowman has drawn it back and moved all 4 now. Councillor Henderson has sought a minor amendment to policy C165, which is open now for the mover and second to accept would it be a minor amendment. If that were to the case, then that motion would put all 4 policies. Councillor Henderson would still have the opportunity now to speak against the policy that he wants to speak against, but we're effectively moving all 4 back again as one block at this time.
So, can I ask a question? Is it possible for the mayor now to split up this as we've got some councillors who want to vote against certain policies. So can we split it again?
Through the chair, yes, now would be the appropriate time to Mayor to say, based on the advice I'm getting, I'm going to use my guidance under 8.13 to make this a complex motion, and I'm intending to put each policy separately. I note that I've got one minor amendment to policy 165. If there are no further amendments, then I'll take each of those policies now and put them, but the only amendment we have is to 165.
Right, so if we're happy to move that there.
So you now move, Madam Chair.
Right. So if there are any questions in this process, please ask. But at the moment, we're going to move these.
C18.
Yep, policy C18. Yep. We've done one? Yep. So we're up to policy C165, related party disclosures. Which we've already done. Bear with us, it's quite a complex motion to split. Yep. Councillor Henderson, we'll discuss it later.
Now back to 018. It was 81 a minute ago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We've already dealt with 081. We've already, that was lost 5-9.
Yep.
So now we're moving on to C165 related.
No, you've still got to move 018 because it foreshadowed to move the officer's recommendation, and the officer's recommendation has not yet been moved.
Correct.
Okay. Process for that one.
So, Madam Chair, can I come to the point then? Can we split this as a complex motion of part 1, which is 18, part 2, which is 165, part 133 together as 1 and 142 separately?
Through the chair, no. Unfortunately, you've got to deal with each one now because it's been as simple. So at this stage, we're dealing with the first item, C018. And you'd need a mover and a seconder. You've got one minor amendment to C165, and then we'll go through each one.
Okay. Do we have a mover? You did move. Just one moment, just one at a time. It is a complex motion. It has been changed. We're going to go through this slowly. We do have a gallery of members here who are also waiting for their items to go through, and we need to make sure that this is clear and concise. So it will be one person at a time. Councillor Catalano, you have a question?
Yeah, I've already opposed the original motion, which was all of them together.
Right.
So what happens with that now?
Yep.
So through the chair, the only resolution of council has been on the first motion that Councillor Catalano put, which was her alternative. There was a second motion, which is Councillor Bowman foreshadowing during your debate that he was going to move all 4. As a result of doing that now, the Mayor has determined that she'll allow for them to be dealt with as a complex motion, therefore one at a time, and we have one amendment to policy 165. There has been a mover and a seconder for this, so it would be a case of now taking the first item and saying anybody wants to speak against it. If anyone wanted to speak, they would vote on that, and then we'll continue to vote on the way through.
So we move the officer's recommendation.
It's already been moved.
So we just need to know.
If
If there's anyone against, would anyone like to speak against the motion?
C018.
C018. Right. Councillor Catalano?
Thank you. I'd like to speak against it because I've just given my reasons and this council voted against it. So I want to say that actually, you know, we do need to be thinking about investments and investing our funds wisely and investing it in practices that don't harm people, the planet, other beings. And, you know, even if, you know, it can't be all resolved immediately, at least we are starting to work in that direction. You know, we only have the information we can get from these fund providers, but that's enough to start working in that direction because that's where we've got to go. So, of course, you know, just because we've done this kind of different way of doing things, of course, I'm completely opposed to it. I believe we should be starting to invest our surplus funds ethically and that we're going to have to do it, so let's do it now.
Thank you. Are there any councillors who'd like to speak for the motion? No councillors for the motion. Are there any other councillors against the motion? Councillor Harlett, would you like to speak? No. Okay, then we'll put that motion to... No, Councillor Bowman, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really quickly, we've already dealt with this item. This is not different to the way we do things. The policy is pretty well as per previously, so I support the motion.
So we'll put the officer's recommendation to the vote. All those in favour? So we've got Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik and myself. And all those against? We have Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Hallett. That motion's carried 9-5. And we move to, pardon?
We move to item
Good.
1, policy 1C165.
Yep. So we're going to move on, and it is a slow process to go through these individually when they have been split. So it's policy C165 related party disclosures.
And we've taken a minor amendment to that, Madam Chair, as amended.
So the amendment, the minor amendment is through Councillor Henderson.
And that's been accepted, Madam Chair.
And that's been accepted. So he speaks or a vote.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
staff did also recommend a part 2 to that, and I don't know if now is the right time, perhaps earlier was, but that the Chief Executive Officer, sorry about that, be authorised to make any formatting, nomenclature or other minor changes to the policies during the period of currency. There were a number of matters that I discussed last week that need just final touching up.
Yep. To the LA Gitchigo MIP.
Okay.
And you have to ask the mover and second if they're happy for the minor amendment.
Councillor Bowman is the mover. Okay. Councillor Jones. Okay. Is there anyone against?
What are these minor amendments? Is it just this one, or are there other minor amendments that we don't know about? Because I obviously can't vote for it if I don't know what I'm voting for. I mean, you spoke about a lot of things last week, but I don't remember them all, I'm afraid. And I don't know which ones we're referring
So
to.
Councillor Henderson, this is what you sent through to staff earlier that hasn't been supplied to all councillors at this stage. So you'll need to read that, please.
There were a number of little things like under the word significant on page 2.
We just go slowly then. The
The
word
policy, page 22 of the agenda. It refers to taxpayer, well, it's actually ratepayer.
Does staff have a copy of
22,
that?
I raised it last
But
week.
just
Madam
clarifying that to see if staff have that,
Chair. Well, I believe so. I raised it
and
last
then
week.
we'll just make those changes on screen.
These are really grammar and minor changes that don't affect the policy, Madam Chair.
They still need to be recorded though.
Yeah, well, as I said, that was one.
Just want to confer with staff, please, through the CEO, if these need to be amended on the screen.
Don't have the others highlighted, so that was just that one.
So I think at this stage, Madam Chair, we're looking at 2 textual changes, one changing the word significant to something else and one changing taxpayer to ratepayer.
Under the section significant, it refers to service provider / ratepayer relationship. It should say ratepayer, not taxpayer.
Okay, so it's just the one change.
We need to vote on the amendment. Oh, we don't need to vote on the amendment. Just need to vote on the amended motion.
We're voting on this amendment.
Yes, you're voting on the policy as with minor amendments.
Okay, so we're going to put that to the vote then. So we're going to vote for that amendment with those changes. Would anyone like to speak against those changes that were made?
Sorry, I'd like to see them up on the board, up on the screen, thanks, before I vote.
Are we able to change it?
One change.
Which was significant
Yeah,
and
I'm just trying to find the page. Page 22. So we're dealing with the, on page 22, the definition significant in the last line of that being changed from reading taxpayer relationship to ratepayer relationship.
Now put it to the vote there.
So you can just ask if anyone wants to speak against that.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak against that? No?
No one speak against it, then you can move them. You can
Then we can move that. Is the officer
the policy as
the policy as it has been amended? All those in favour? That's myself, Councillor, sorry, Deputy.
It's unanimous.
Yep, it looks like it is. Just checking. Thank you. So that's unanimous. And then we move on to policy C133, use of the City Swan logo and civic crest. Councillor Henderson, did you have an amendment? No?
They'll speak against it. No.
Is anyone against? Would like to speak against? No? Then we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? It's myself, Councillor. Sorry. Oh, it is again. We'll have a quick look around. We're so used to having a split. Thank you. And we move on to number 4, policy C142, public art. Is there anyone against? Councillor Henderson, would you like to speak to that?
You've got to then give the mover and the seconder a chance to speak.
Okay. So you're mover, seconder.
No, the mover is
Those two.
Councillor Bowman and Councillor Jones.
So Councillor Bone, would you like to speak to that?
Councillor Henderson said he wants
He has indicated.
He's not going to speak.
No. Happy? Okay. So all those in favour? So Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, it looks like it, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett and myself. Those against? Just Councillor Henderson. So that's carried. Is that the end of that one? Finally got there, and I thank the gallery for this long process. It is a technical one, especially for myself chairing this meeting, but also when amendments are made for those motions later in the day.
Councillor Bowman seems to be just indicating something, Madam Chair.
Question, Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, you're going to deal with recommendation number 2, which we haven't voted on yet.
Which is that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to make any formatting nomenclature or other minor changes to the policies during the period of currency. Yep. So moved by Councillor Bowman and seconded by Councillor Jones. Is there anyone against? No. So those in favour? It's just carried unanimously. That's fine. Thank you. Right. Jeepers, there's going to be a long night, isn't it? I know it's quite warm over there. Please bear with us. I don't think we were expecting some of these changes, but that is the nature of council, that you do get to change on the run. Hopefully the gallery isn't too hot, and there, if you do need to pop out and have a bit of a cooler, please take that break. So we move on to 14.2.1, adoption of the Gidgegannup Local Area Plan on page 50. Proposed motion from Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson. What, hang on, did we miss one? Oh, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I think we just want to launch into the 2 big ones that everyone's here for tonight. So we have withdrawn for absolute majority vote, 14.1.3, parking amendment, local law, page 45. So we need someone to move a motion to adopt the officer's recommendation. So Councillor Bowman and a seconder, Councillor Jones. And is there anyone against? No, that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That was a quick one. Now let's just jump back to 14.2.1, adoption of the Gidgegannup Local Area Plan, page 50. It's a proposed motion from Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to read your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council resolve to 1, defer the adoption of the Gidgegannup Local Area Plan 2023 for discussion at the next Swan Valley Gidgegannup Ward meeting scheduled for the 27th of February 2024. And the reason for this is there are proposed actions under the identified priorities that would benefit from further discussion with staff. This can be done internally before the plan is brought back to Council for endorsement.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Zanino.
Question.
Question, Councillor Howlett.
The motion is to defer the adoption for discussion at the next Gidgegannup meeting, and then is the motion going to come back to council to be adopted, or is it going to be adopted at the Gidgegunnup ward meeting?
I'll just clarify that with the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, come back to council for adoption. So the wards don't have the executive authority. It's just the timing of that will depend on whether it then gets into the April agenda or an agenda after that.
Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to speak to the motion, you have 3 minutes.
Is there anyone against, Madam Chair?
Is there anyone against? We might be able to save a bit of time. There's no one against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Move on to 14.2.2, Amendment 1 to the North Ellenbrook West District Structure Plan, page 88. Proposed motion from Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to read your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move the council resolves to 1, notify WAPC that council does not support Amendment 1 to the North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan West, DSP, in its current form. 2, notify the WAPC that should they be inclined to progress proposed Amendment 1 to the North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan West, then council requests that A, the retention of identified listed Banksia woodlands, now a listed matter of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act, within the DSP area be considered by the EPA, including consideration as a referral under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1995, EPBC Act, prior to the approval of the DSP amendment and or the progression of any request for a Metropolitan Regional Scheme amendment from its current rural delineation for this land. B, the Tonkin Heights Amendment 1 area, and as demonstrated through the future local structure plans, that access to the site can be achieved without exceeding the limits of existing local road infrastructure. C, further investigation occurs in relation to the potential for a 5th primary school site within the DSP area or increasing the size of one of the existing primary school sites. And D, in addition to A above, significant amendments to and additional information be provided within the proposed amended North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan West to address the impact of the now listed Banksia woodlands as a matter of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act on the sand mining potential within the approved mine tenement on site and therefore the potential of residential development of the site. And 3, request the WAPC to ensure that any shortfall to the expected $100 million construction cost of the interchange currently agreed to be funded through an agreement between the state and federal government and the landowners developers be addressed in such agreement, noting the city does not and will not have the financial means to be in a position to undertake or accept any responsibility to pre-fund or manage such shortfalls. I move that, Madam Mayor, and I ask, as I've asked before, that under section 8.13 you split the motion because there's been a request from some councillors on that.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. It's quite a long intro. And then do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones had a hand up. Thank you very much. So as this is another complex... yes.
I was distracted. Did Councillor Bowman read the reason for his decision?
Did you read out the reason? No. So if you could just read out the reason first then.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I just had to take a drink after all that. Let me see. The reasons is the impact of the now listed Banksia woodlands as matter of national environmental significance under the EPCB Act on the sand mining potential within the approved mine tenement on site, and therefore the potential of residential development, which at this stage is mainly relying on clearing of vegetation through future mining activities, has not been sufficiently addressed in the proposal. The requirement to retain such threatened ecological community could render the site totally or partially undeveloped for residential purposes and should be addressed at the earliest opportunity within the planning framework.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. And we had a seconder, and that was Councillor Jones. Now,
Are you happy to rule at this stage that you're happy to deal with this as a complex motion?
I'm just about to explain that to the gallery, and I think we've already had an intro on the last item. So this too is going to be a complex motion, so please bear with us because it's a little bit tricky, particularly for myself. But again, it has come in at the last late notice, and we need to look at splitting these individually. So we're going to work through this as slowly and quickly as possible, hopefully a little bit quicker than the first time, and I'll take information from the CEO and from the Deputy Mayor so we can move this quite quickly through. Councillor Catalano, you had a question?
I'd like to make an amendment to number 1.
Yes, and you'll be next, so, okay.
So we get to move that first, don't we? That first section.
Yep, so that's my understanding, but I'll just check with the CEO. we're now going to move this first bit here.
That's wrong. You're over, we dealt with the clause, we're moving clause
This
one.
one here.
It's already been moved, so we're now going to debate clause one. Yeah, he's moved and he's seconded.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Bowman. You've moved that, and if you'd like to now, so Councillor Catalano would like to move an amendment to clause 1.
Yep, I'd like to remove the words "in its current form."
Which words? In its current form?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You've got to ask for the move and the seconder would agree with that.
So they both have declined to amend that.
Then I'd like to move it as a motion. That's the first thing that we're going to debate.
Debate Councillor Catalano's amendment first.
Okay. So Councillor Catalano would like to.
I think Councillor Bowman gets to open the.
That's what I was going back to. Yep. So Councillor Bowman, you're open. If you'd like to begin your debate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just for clarification, am I only debating 1, or do you want me to debate 1, 2 and 3 at the same time? Just 1?
Yep.
Okay.
Just one moment.
Sorry,
Question,
no,
Councillor
we've
Catalano.
got to debate whether have we taken out "in its current form"? Has that been taken out? Is that what we're debating
on my
now?
screen? It's been. It was crossed out there. Now it's gone back. So.
Yeah. So this is what I want to debate. That those 4 words "in its current form" is taken out of this motion. That's what I want. That's what I want to debate.
So it's Councillor Catalano.
Through the chair. So at this point I refer to you meeting procedures local law 8.31. A member may move an amendment to a motion any time during the debate on the substantive motion. Now we haven't got to any of the exceptions. It's still relevant to the, and we're effectively dealing with point C where there's a proposal to omit certain words. But as we've got to start the debate, the mover would speak first, the seconder would speak then. The person who wants to move an amendment would then speak, and then we would be debating the amendment.
Okay, so it's Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, councillors, we've all received many, many emails in the last few days, a number of them being very informative, and I learnt quite a bit through those. However, in general, I agree with the message that came through loud and strong in these emails, and that was, I also do not support proposed amendment 1. Why was there little public awareness on this amendment given the comments I have received that we were only made aware of this a few days ago? Well, perhaps this question needs to be directed to the WAPC, especially given when they advertised this amendment, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was end of December, early January. The City of Swan is not the decision maker, it is the WAPC process, and as the WAPC that has the final say. And from experience, we all know that even if the City of Swan says no, that the WAPC will do and does as they please. North Ellenbrook East and North Ellenbrook West are prime examples, whereby this council did not support those structure plans, but WAPC still approved them. The land size of both of those structure plans being many, many times larger than the area of land being considered under Amendment 1. So why have I moved a motion of refusal, and why should council support the refusal motion? The retention of identified listed Banksia woodland, now a DBCA listed threatened ecological community within the DSP area, has not been considered by the EPA. Information on the impacts of the now listed Banksia woodlands as a threatened ecological community on the sand mining potential within the proposed site has failed to be provided. These 2 issues alone clearly show me that the proper consideration, together with the in-depth and needed information, have not yet been provided, and yet the WAPC clearly decided to continue with the proposed amendment. The days of state government from both sides of political fences simply approving development without community feedback and consideration cannot be allowed to continue. We must demand more accountability, more transparency, and environmental impacts must always be considered, so developers should be on notice. Councillors, I can go into more details of why I don't support Amendment 1. However, I will probably think that some councillors here who know a lot more about me will go into the technical reasons, and I'll leave that to those. I simply do not support Amendment 1 in its current form.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's nothing really else to say. Councillor Bowman has put it very well. Thank you.
Catalano. Councillor Catalano, you have an amendment? Yes. To remove the word in its current form. Is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder? No? Okay. Do you need to vote that? No.
Now we will debate Councillor Catalano's amendment, so she will then speak to it
Okay.
first.
He's the seconder.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howlett? Okay, you're right, Are you all right? Yeah, I'm okay. You've got 3 minutes.
Yes, the reason why I like these forwards in its current form is because it's not just about this current form. It's about the whole idea and purpose of this amendment, which is basically to bring this Banksia woodland and this lot into the North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan. And it doesn't matter whether it's this current form or any other current form. I think that we should be looking at opposing any ideas to bring this lot into that North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan, because we can go into all those reasons in a minute. And if my amendment tonight doesn't pass here now, then I will explain it then. But basically, in no way, any shape or form does that lot go into be included in the as an amendment into the North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan is basically what I'm trying to make out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Councillor Howlett as the seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman, I'd like to say thank you very much for splitting this motion, allowing it to be debated as 3 individual points. I too cannot support the words in its current form because there is no form that I could approve or accept this amendment. This particular piece of land really should become the jewel of Ellenbrook. It should be world-class preserved Banksia woodland once the mining tenement has finished. The mining tenement is required to remediate the land once it's finished. The fact that there's a sand mine there doesn't mean that it can now only be used as a housing development site. So I would like to see in its current form removed because there is no form that I believe would satisfy the community or members of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Are there any councillors against Councillor Catalano's amendment? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I don't think I will probably ever support any other application in any other form, but I don't know until I've seen that application before me. Madam Mayor, one of the things that I'm very unsure about, and no one has actually given me the answer to this, hence the reasons for my previous motion, is the previous approval for the sand mining is to clear and clear and clear. That came in place prior to the legislation that now protects the woodland. What gets priority? We may find that the ruling is that they are allowed to clear that woodland, that Banksia woodland, with the sand mining. There'll be 90 hectares roughly. I'm looking at the Director of Planning because he could probably put it a lot more in planning legislation. Could be potentially 90 hectares, and I hope there isn't, and I hope there never will be, that can be completely cleared. So that's why I'm against in its current form. Also, I'm against in its current form because we all know the state government is going to do what they want to do. And we're not saying, hey, we're just nothing. We're saying we're not happy with what it is now. But if you were to come to us and get our support for something that could actually be agreed to, which I can't actually imagine what that would be for me and probably for some of the councillors around here, we shouldn't be closing that door. But I think because we need to get the definition or the outcome of this sand mining, because in years to come, it could be all cleared and they may have the right to it. I don't know. That's why I'm against moving the amendment or the amendment in its current form.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is anyone for the motion, the amendment? Number 4. Anyone against? Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's pretty much along the lines of what Councillor Bowman said. Whatever we do, WAPC will make the decision regardless of the community feedback, which is likely if we send an absolute an rejection, doesn't leave us any opportunity to negotiate the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Is there anyone who'd like to speak who hasn't spoken for or against? Question, Councillor Bowman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With your indulgence, could I ask the Director of Planning if he could probably just further explain and correct me where I've probably got it wrong about the sand mining clearing with the legislation of they've got approval for, I think it's 90 hectares or something like that, but also the Banksia Woodlands is protected. One was done in, 1988, then the new changes come in place. What's the avenue what's the direction they take now, or is it that's something that even we don't know?
Question, Mr Van der Linden, for you.
Madam Mayor, yeah, I suppose my previous answer to the question from the gallery answers that. But essentially, the mining activities were approved prior to the EPBC Act coming into operation, and also prior to the Banksia Woodlands being listed as a TC. Therefore, my understanding is that legislation that preceded the approval would not call in or cancel that mining activities. The mining tenement approved was 120 hectares. Obviously, the actual mining license is a staged approach, and therefore, so 29 hectares have already been cleared, and there's confusion about exactly the size of the rest of the area that's been approved. Councillor Bowman's motion is trying to request the WAPC to make 100% sure from the EPA what this implication of the listing of the Banksia Woodlands as a TC after the EPBC Act came into operation, whether that's got any impact in the future development of the site. Now, if the site is mined, it will be cleared. So whether it's 90 hectares or 70 hectares or 110 hectares, the area that will be mined will be cleared from vegetation. And if I understand Councillor Howlett's point raised, is that she says when it's rehabilitated, it can be replanted with Banksia Woodland. Now, in the planning process, what will happen at the next stage where the MRS application will go, will be progressed by the Commission. The first part of that process is to refer the application to the EPA that will require more detailed environmental assessments. And the outcome of that assessment could include offsets. So they could say, for the Banksia Woodlands that's been removed, you can offset. So instead of planting that Banksia Woodlands in that location, it can be done in a different location. So you are right. It's the mining tenement definitely has an impact, but what the outcome of it will be determined through the next stages of the planning process.
Thank you, Mr Van der Linden. I want to go back to, is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion, for the amendment? Anyone against the amendment? No? We'll put that amendment to the vote. Sorry, Councillor Catalano's right of reply.
The main thing I want to say is it is not a relevant consideration for us here tonight as to whether the state government is going to approve this or not. That is not what we should be thinking about. What we should be thinking about here tonight is our role under the Local Government Act, and that is that we must make a decision by considering the long-term consequences and impacts on future generations when we make that decision, not what the state government is going to do. That's what the state government is going to do. We have to give a message loud and clear to the state government that we don't agree with it. And that is why I'm saying we should remove in its current form, because it means that we don't agree with amending the structure plan to include lot 5892, period. Not about in its current form or whatever, just at all. That's what we should be asking ourselves right now. And just don't bring up any more arguments about the state government, because it's not a relevant consideration for this council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. And now I'll put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment with Councillor Catalano? So we have, okay, and that includes myself. Is there anyone against? Put your hand up nice and high. Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Prodovnik. So that amendment was lost 6-8.
So we need to go
Now.
move the Councillor Bowman's first part. We've got to move
Yep,
on.
so Councillor Bowman, we'll get you to move your first part, which is, sorry, you already moved it, so you'd spoken to it. So
You could go straight to
is there anyone against Councillor Bowman's motion? Speaker against the motion? It's speaker against the motion, and I'll call it speaker against the motion, Councillor Catalano. Do you wish to speak to the? Yep, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking against this because otherwise it's likely that what we're going to do is send a mixed message to state government that we don't agree with it, but we do, with conditions. And I want to say it really embarrasses and worries me that I'm on a council and live in an area that has a reputation for some of the worst treeless and hottest suburbs in an increasingly drying and heating Perth. Just this weekend, in an article discussing the need for cool shelters because of the danger to vulnerable people from extreme heat in the future, and using Illumina Estate in Bennett Springs as an example. I can't agree to another treeless heat sink of a suburb to add to the sprawl, especially as it will result in the deaths of millions of local plants and animals that have been happily living here long before this colony was established, and pushing them to final extinction with nothing left but weeds, no shade, and more heat and fire risk. We've been informed about this in deputations and dozens of written submissions. It also concerns me that a paragraph in the officer's report in describing that this is a logical extension of urban development as a viable and sustainable community has been plagiarised word for word from the proponent's report. A viable and sustainable community? Read Sarah Brooks' article in WA Today entitled "A Major Problem on Perth's Fringe Could See City Haunted by Ghost Suburbs," where treeless residential on the urban fringe is abandoned as climate change and water scarcity makes them vulnerable, less habitable, inhospitable and unattractive to live in. The article states finite freshwater resources is the major constraint. Now read page 51 of the proponent's report, which concerningly the officers don't raise, is that this site has scarcity of groundwater resources. To keep this new suburb green will require, by conservative standards, almost 3 times the available groundwater available now. The shortfall will have to be obtained by buying a groundwater licence. We saw this happen in Dayton, but we seem not to have learnt anything. Will the ratepayers, will they have to pay for increasingly scarce and expensive water, or will there be no water for this suburb, which will be drier and hotter than those the city already has a reputation for? Will it be habitable? Will it be abandoned? And all those millions of local animals and plants destroyed for nothing but a ghostland of concrete and weeds? This is clearly an unsustainable 21st century outcome that this council should not leave as its legacy. It isn't a relevant consideration what the state government can do. And as I have said,
Councillor Catalano,
yes,
that's your
please
3
don't
minutes.
approve this amendment.
Okay. Are there any councillors for Councillor Bowman's motion? Any councillors for? Councillor Henderson, you've got 3 minutes. Have.
Mayor, many would think that it's rather strange that I'm standing up to support this motion. But those of you who know me well know that I am an environmentalist and that I do appreciate a good environment when I see it. It was good to see that Councillor Johnson took a drive out there. I went out there yesterday and had a look. And indeed, it is absolutely beautiful Banksia bushland. It is absolutely magnificent. However, it has one small problem. The state, and I will say it again, the state, under their mining laws, want that sand under, they've already taken out most of one hill and there's another one behind it, for urban development. More scourge on our environment apparently, but people do want to live somewhere, and that sand is an absolute asset. So both those hills are going to end up going, and ultimately we'll end up with only a little bit of that land left. But I do think that Councillor Bowman's second part of his motion makes it very clear about how we feel, and the state could take notice. The point I want to make here is that we are not the decision maker. We've heard this a couple of times tonight. It is the state that's going to make the decision. So why are we going to be the fall guys? Well, why are we the bad guys? We've had dozens of people saying, don't do this. Well, it's not us that's going to do this. It's the state that's going to do this. So Councillor Bowman's motion actually puts that quite clearly. And I think it would be remiss of us if we did not accept what he's put up here to at least ways tell the state in two terms. One, the sand mining is problematic in today's world, and two, we do have some very beautiful bush land there that would be very nice to keep in the future. But what you see mostly around Morella Road, I think that will all go under the bulldozer to get that sand, which is very sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Are there any councillors wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Howlett, you have 3 minutes.
I won't take long. To remove in its current form, to leave in its current form as it stays there, does imply that this
Point
is
of order.
Oh,
just get you to resume your seat just for a moment, Councillor Howlett. Thank you. Councillor Bowman, what was your point of order?
We've dealt with that amendment. It's the motion up on the board now.
Oh, we're on point 2 now. Oh, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Howlett.
Well, yes, I will say that there's really nothing to say. I don't support this motion, so there's not much point talking to it.
Thank you. Is there anyone for the motion that would like to speak that hasn't spoken? No? Councillor, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. What we are debating, councillors, is that we are going to notify the WAPC that the council does not support Amendment 1 to the North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan. So it's pretty clear if we support this what the message will be. Councillors, this has come before council before in June 2021. This council unanimously rejected this, but it was for reasons to do with development contribution plan funding. I don't recall any discussion or debate or even a great deal of information about the environmental value. When this came up at the agenda forum, I was quite surprised to see that there was significant environmental value, because I was under the impression that northwest of Ellenbrook was just degraded horse paddocks. Turns out nothing of the sort. So I resolved to go out and have a look at it myself. I thought that as a volunteer firefighter looking at bush, I'd pretty quickly be able to distinguish whether it's good quality bush from bad quality bush. And then it actually occurred to my wife that our house guest was an ecologist, so I thought I'd invite him to come along with me. So we went up there and visited the site and looked at it in a couple of locations. And our house guest, Dr. Richard Birch, who is a trained ecologist, identified 5 different types of Banksia trees. I noticed Christmas trees. He pointed out the sort of dead, desiccated, everlasting daisies. I noticed wallabies bounding around, birds, lizards, what have you. And it's a 163 hectare site with just 20 hectares right now being a sand mine. What Dr. Birch pointed out to me was that, and you all got a copy of the report, Councillor, which was delivered gratis. I didn't ask for it. It just suddenly turned up, so I thought I'd better give it to everybody. It says this is probably the largest single untouched, excellent to pristine condition section of Banksia woodland, which is a threatened environmental community, remaining in Western Australia. It's an absolutely superb asset, and I do recall someone telling me recently that Tanya Plibersek, who's the Federal Environment Minister, is supposed to have said no more extinctions. Well, if we do not reject this amendment, there's a real danger that this will just be turned into an extension of Ellenbrook with houses and car parks. We can simply build at a higher density somewhere else. So, councillors, I believe, for all the reasons I've given, we should reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any other councillors against the motion? Any councillors against the motion? If not, then we'll put that to the vote. So, sorry, you have a right of reply. Keep wanting to shorten this tonight, have we?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I look at the run sheet. There was no other alternative motions put in. I was the only councillor that put it in. So if councillors feel so strongly against my motion or this proposal, I ask the question why. But Madam Mayor, Councillor Johnson must have been reading my notes because he mentioned about the June 21 council meeting. There was 2 deputations on that item, both from the developers. There was no community deputations. There was no public statement times. There was no public questions. And this council did not even mention the word environment because it was carried on block. The thousands of trees and animals in that area, 10, 15 times the size of that, should have also been considered, but it wasn't. I heard the word embarrassment. Well, it would be an embarrassment if you are against this proposal and you vote against it. And the reason why, if we're wanting to send a strong message to the state government, and I say the state government because they are the decision maker, and it is a split vote and it's not a unanimous vote, what does that say? What does that message? A message of this council saying 15-0, that we do not support this amendment, is a very good message. A decision that says 13-2 or 10-5 or anything else does not show that message that this council is fully against this amendment. Councillors, think about how you're going to vote. Think about the message you're going to send state government. And please, if you're against the amendment, I suggest strongly that you support that motion 1.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. So I'm going to put that to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Bowman's motion, please raise your hand. So I've got myself, Deputy Mayor. It is. I have to quickly. I don't look around quick enough. Thank you. So that was unanimous. Now we're going to. Thank you, those in the gallery. Now we're going to move to part 2. So we're going to go through another quick, lengthy process of debating part 2. So bear with us. If you do need to get a drink, I think there is some cold water in the foyer. Please feel free to go out and get some fresh air there. It might be a bit stuffy. So, Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to move your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've moved the motion, so I'll talk to it unless there's anyone against it.
I'm definitely against this.
Councillor Catalano, you're against. Thank you. Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, to simply say we're against the amendment, we don't approve it, is one thing. And we've just done that. A great decision, 15-0.
14-0.
14-0? Oh, sorry, 14-0. Okay, sorry, my apologies. Unanimous decision of those here. But councillors, if we're being real, and we saw it with North Ellenbrook East and North Ellenbrook West. We said no. State government said, thanks, but we'll go do what we want. This is our chance to put some influence. Influence, that's the only thing we're doing here, because we're not the decision makers. And we know many times that the Minister for Planning doesn't listen to poor little local governments. They haven't listened to the City of Swan on all occasions as well. But there's some really important issues that we need to get across. And two of them are the environmental ones. The retention, they need to look at the retention of identified listed Banksia woodlands. So my A. Talking about D, which is regarding the sand mining, the question that came about, because I don't know the answers. I think the Director of Planning doesn't know the answers, has suggested what he thinks it is, but they need to consider that. There are two other points too that were raised in the report. That was about local road infrastructure, and it was 4.6 schools, so they need to look at that. But councillors, here's our chance to say, state government, and we've just said it, we don't agree. But if for whatever reason, and we strongly suggest you do not, but we know you will usually do what you want to do, make sure you look at those 4 points, and in particular when we talk about the environment, A and D.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Jones, nothing to add? And Councillor Catalano, you're against?
Thank you. I've seen this play out before, actually, and that's at Movida Estate. And it was very similar. There was a little Banksia woodland and a very rare threatened ecological community. And we made a deputation to the council, and unfortunately it was carried. Structure plan was carried with conditions. And I'm afraid those conditions went right out the window. It should never have been approved in the first place. It should never have been agreed by this council. Because look at Movida Estate. I mean, I can't even drive down there. It's just an absolute disaster area. So this is a completely contradictory approach now. We've said we don't want it. So let's just stay with that. We don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want to then turn around and say, oh yeah, but okay, we want it with conditions. We don't want it. We don't want this amendment. We don't want that lot going on to lot 5892 going on to the North Ellenbrook structure plan at all. We know that the state government, if it decides to do whatever it wants to do, which is approve it, it's going to do all its own assessments. Why do we stand here and say the state government isn't going to listen to us on the first point, and then say, oh yeah, but they'll listen to us on the conditions? If they're not going to listen to us, they're not going to listen to us, okay? So just forget any kind of dream about conditions working. The state government has completely their own processes, and they will go through their own assessments as to whether the environmental the environmental aspects of it can be not bowled over. They'll refer the matter to the various departments, water and all, what have you, and they're not going to take the slightest bit of notice of these conditions. The point is, you approve this particular motion now, and what you're effectively saying is, well, actually, you know what? As long as there's conditions, you know what? We don't really oppose it. That is completely contradictory. It's just looking. It isn't looking like we don't want it, and that's what we've just agreed. It's making us look foolish. We need to be strong in our resolve about this piece of bushland, not go, oh, well, it's going to go anyway. No, it may not, because it's still there now, and we say no, and the community keeps saying no, and it's there for future generations.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. That was the 3 minutes. Now, is anyone for the motion that would like to speak for the motion? Councillor Henderson, you have 3 minutes.
Just a couple of things to add. Wouldn't it be great if the world was black and white, councillors? one of the reasons we're here is because our job is to make decisions that are grey or in the middle. Now, I think it is absolutely essential, knowing that the state is going to have a strong desire to make this development in the area occur through a scheme amendment. It's absolutely essential that we have a say, and these points that Councillor Bowman's come up with at least ways put that on the table. But I think perhaps with the council having virtually no say, it's incumbent on all of us and the members of the community to pick up the phone or write a letter to your local member for Swan Hills, I think the area is, and say, well, what are you going to do about this? What's your position? Are you just going to stand back and let it happen? And the same for the Minister for Mines, who should be writing the same letters and picking up the phone and saying, you know, where do you stand on this? Because the fact of the matter is, they're either going to be for this beautiful piece of environmental land that's currently got magnificent growth on it. I'm very impressed with the Christmas trees in particular were magnificent. They were probably some of the best Christmas trees around I've seen. So I just want to make sure that we actually get an opportunity to have a say. Councillors, it really is important, and it's important, as Councillor Bowman said earlier, that we have a united voice to say, these are the things that are really important to us. If we don't do that, and if the community don't do their bit after all of this, then it may well go under the bulldozer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Howlett, we have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Catalano pretty much said everything that I was going to say. So without echoing too much of what Councillor Catalano said, essentially, I couldn't support, I chose to support Councillor Catalano's amendment in its current form because I believe it's an outright refusal and that there is no form that I could support for this particular amendment. So therefore I can't support this point 2. It's wishy-washy. It's yeah, but nah, but yeah. You know, it's halfway there, it's halfway not. Every email I received from the community was clear and concise, and not one of them mentioned a yeah, but maybe, but perhaps if they tweaked it a little bit. So for that reason, I will be not supporting this one.
Okay. Is there anyone who is for the motion that hasn't spoken tonight? Is there anyone against the motion that would like to speak finally? If there's no one for or against, Deputy Mayor, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak for. Rather like Councillor Henderson, this is a difficult decision. It's quite finely balanced. One of the things we need to do is to advance a point of view to the WAPC. We've sent one message. We're going to be sending one message quite clearly that we think it should be refused. They're the decision maker. We're just the recommender. Now, what we're doing is sending a second recommendation lower down the sort of chain of desirable recommendations. Part A says the retention of identified listed Banksia woodland is now a listed matter of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act within the DSP be considered by the EPA. Councillors, what this means in practice is currently there's of this 163 hectare site, there is 29 hectares, which is a sand mine. And it seems to me that while that area could potentially be regenerated, you could also potentially put a suburb there. So that's one way of proceeding this, by retaining all of the listed Banksia woodland and proceeding with a modest suburb. Now, is there an example of that in the city? Well, yes, there is. So the best example is actually Bushmead Estate. And I can see Fiona Hudson-Ross there, who lives in Bushmead Estate. Bushmead Estate in the Midland Guildford ward is 10% housing and 90% bushland. It's absolutely beautiful. It's extremely popular, very successful. So that, I think, is the potential model. So I think with that model in mind, it is therefore reasonable to support this. So that's my reason for supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, I think everyone's spoken, but I'll be sure that there is no one else who'd like to speak for or against this motion. Councillor Bowman, your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want it. I could say it 14 times because that's what motion 1 was. We all agree we don't want it. But the one thing we can't do is know what the state government will do. But what we can do is express our concerns. We did it in recommendation 1. In this recommendation, we're saying, hey, there's some things you need to look at because we don't think you've looked at it. There's issues, there's problems. There's more issues and problems, but these are the ones. And 2A, and Councillor Johnson pretty well summed it up, so I don't even know why I'm needing to do it. The retention of identified listed bush, the Banksia woodlands. So we're requesting that they retain it. Councillors, we're saying to the state government, and this is the way I see it, you haven't done all your work yet. I've said it in the opening debate. I don't think the amendment should have even come to us. But we're saying here, state government, look at these. Look at what you're going to do there. The contradictory approach. I don't see it as a contradictory approach. This council, 14-0, said no. But what we're saying now is, if for whatever reason, and we totally disagree if you do, if you're to look at it, you need to look at these issues. Councillors, again, a strong message to state government would be all of us voting to say, these are the minimum things we need to look at. Councillors, I encourage you to support motion number 2.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Right. Those in favour of Councillor Bowman's motion? So Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, and Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Prodovnik, and myself. And those against, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight, and Councillor Howlett. Thank you. So it's carried. Sorry? 10-4. And now, as you know, we need to now move to part 3. So bear with us. This will be the last part of this motion, and then we'll have a 10-minute recess, and then come back to continue on with those extra motions. Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against? Councillor Howlett, do you wish to debate it?
Just a couple of things, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, my recommendation number 3 is regarding $100,000 that it's expected to build the 100 million, 100,000, a bit of a difference, sorry. 100 million, a lot of money to build the new interchange, get off of Tonkin. North Ellenbrook already is saying we need it. 100 million. That was a report 2 years ago, which was probably a year old. 100 million. Projects that the state government are doing, even local governments are doing. $100 million 3 years ago doesn't get you what you can get now. A pie, I used to get it for $3 back then, now it's $4. Things have gone up. And so what I'm saying here is, we do not want our ratepayers having to fund anything in this. It shouldn't be our ratepayers that do this. We shouldn't be doing it through a development contribution plan. So what we're saying is, in this motion, state government, developers, whether it's 100 million, 150 or 160 million, you guys are all paying for it. Make sure you agree to all that before you even consider this development. And I'm talking more so also about North Ellenbrook, East and West. Make sure you consider that and make sure that's agreed. Please, I'm saying, don't come back to us and ask us for an absolute cent, a dime, a nickel, whatever, because I will be one of the councillors that say, on your bike, this has to be the state government, the federal government and the developers, and this is what this motion is about.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Howlett, against the motion.
Thank
3
you.
minutes.
Just briefly, the bulk of the report that was provided to myself and all other councillors to inform me of this item, in my opinion, seem to be very much focused on roads and infrastructure. And when you look back at the reason why the council did not support this North Ellenbrook East and West District Structure Plan back in 2021, again, it all had to do with roads and infrastructure. So because I could not, so therefore we're just entirely focused and driven on roads and infrastructure for this pocket of land, as I did not support motion 2, and I supported motion 1 to remove in its current form, meaning I want a full stop, no support for this amendment. Therefore, I can't be supporting motion 3 because, again, its focus is on infrastructure and not environment.
Thank you. Are there any councillors for the motion? Councillor Henderson?
Just briefly, I think everyone should understand one of the fundamental reasons around the application, and that is that if you look at the development north of Morella Road, west of Tonkin Highway, development contribution for that entire area, the costs are rising. And one of the things that would mitigate some of that cost is if this land were developed. So people need to understand if this isn't developed, it's going to significantly impact on development contribution plans. So I think it's one of the drivers that is driving the developer to reduce that individual block development contribution plans. But look, I support where it's heading in terms of we shouldn't pay a cent. Just people need to understand some of the nuance around what the cost would be as associated with each block in the development of the north.
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Catalano?
Yeah, I just want to add that, you know, why would the state government listen to this condition? Oh, well, they're not going to listen to anything we've got to say. They're not going to listen to our refusal. So why would they listen to this condition other than, oh, here's something that we can say, oh, they want the interchange. And when it comes to asking us to, you know, contribute to it down the track, they're not going to listen to this condition. They're going to ask us for funds whether they want, whether we like it or not. So it's a redundant condition, just like all these ones are, because either the state government's going to listen to you at the outset or they're not. You can't have it both ways.
Okay, I'll ask for last, are there any councillors who'd like to speak for the motion that haven't spoken already? Are there any councillors against the motion who'd like to speak that haven't spoken already? All right, Councillor Bowman, your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'm finding it really difficult to understand those who are speaking against, because if they are against this motion, what they actually are saying is they support our ratepayers putting funds in to this project. They support our ratepayers' money going...
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Catalano, what's your point of order?
That is not what I said, actually, and that is not what I implied. So I'm afraid you can't say that's what I said or even what I implied. I said that these conditions won't be taken any notice of because everybody in this room agrees, this council agrees, that the state government will do their own thing on this. So,
Thank you. So there's no point of order, but you continue, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, state government and the federal government have already listened to us. Why do I know that? $50 million and $25 million, I believe the two amounts, that have already been agreed to by state and federal government for the interchange. The last I heard was the two developers at North Ellenbrook East and North Ellenbrook West were arguing exactly where that interchange should be. One wanted a little bit more north, so surprise, surprise, support their development. One wanted a little bit south to benefit their development. Now, councillors, we previously just said no to Amendment 1. Let's get a really quick understanding of maths here. By saying no to Amendment 1, there's going to be less land to develop, which is North Ellenbrook, North, East and West. So those development locations are going to have to contribute the whole amount of the extra funding, which 75 million has already been allocated, so 25 million. But I've already said $100 million project is probably going to be a $150 million project. So they're going to have to pay more because we've said no. We've said no to this amendment. So what this motion is saying, again, councillors, and remembering that the state government and federal government have already committed funds to this project. I'm unsure why we didn't know that, because it's been quite clearly announced many times, and it'll probably be announced more in upcoming elections with a double whammy in 2025. But this motion is saying that $100 million or that 120 or the $150 million, whatever it costs, don't come to us. Don't come to our ratepayers. Make sure you understand that you're funding it, you're building it, you're doing everything. And it's disappointing, Madam Mayor, that I hear in this council chambers on other projects that was $60 or $70 million when we were talking about those road projects, yet here some councillors are not wanting to support this motion. That's the part that I don't understand, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Those in favour of Councillor Bowman's motion? So it's myself, Deputy Mayor Councillor Johnson, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Podovnik. And those against were Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight and Councillor Howlett. So it's carried 10-4, and I thank you very much for that debate. I thank both sides. Also thank the gallery very much for sitting through that very, very long but very important topic to the community, and thank everyone that has emailed in, particularly with this motion. And I'd just like to say that we're going to have a 10-minute break now. You're welcome to stay for the next part of the meeting, or those that are happy to go home. Be careful and stay safe, and thank you very much for coming in, and apologies for the warm area down the back there. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We've resumed tonight's meeting. We are up to 14.2.3, Lilac Hill and Ellenbrook District Open Space Dog Prohibited Areas on page 154. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to read your alternate motion, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move that Council resolve to 1, update the current dog exercise and prohibited areas within the City of Swan in accordance with the Dog Act 1976 to prohibit dogs within the artificial turf area at the Ellenbrook District Open Space South area. 2, provide local public notice of the intention to introduce a dog prohibited area for Ellenbrook District Open Space South synthetic pitches. 3, make Lilac Hill a priority area for the City of Swan Rangers Patrol for the next 12 months. 4, investigate the appropriateness of dogs being allowed on any other City of Swan artificial sports surfaces. And the reasons for my motion: 1, there is insufficient evidence in the report to restrict dogs from the main oval at Lilac Park. 2, the increased priority will allow rangers to better observe the current situation, obtain better information and deal with those not following the current rules. And 3, the appropriateness of allowing dogs on artificial sports surfaces needs to be investigated.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Jones, you were quick on the hand tonight and support. Is there anyone against? Councillor Henderson. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to open.
You could ask, do you wish to debate?
Well, is there anyone who'd like to wish to debate it? Councillor Henderson. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we've provided some very opposing views on this item, and for me, I can fully understand both that have been presented. I agree that we should be protecting the A-grade oval that the city spends a lot of money on, and I also agree that we should not be excluding particular users to our public open space. That said, there has been and there will continue to be conflict, and we need to work out how to best manage this. Councillors, I regularly see dogs off leash at our sporting ovals during sports games and training, with some owners allowing their dogs to do whatever it wants. This does create conflict, and Lilac is no different. I have personally observed this. I regularly see dogs pooping in playgrounds and owners not picking up after them. But then I also see dog owners throughout the oval due to their kids' sport with their dogs, and some of these dog owners are just as bad. Whatever we do, we'll do little to stop the actions of these that will continue to do the wrong thing and who simply do not think the rules apply to them or will never follow the rules. The two areas that have been asked to consider by staff are completely different areas. The EDOS South is a synthetic pitch. It is not the grassed oval that some have thought. This surface is extremely hot in summertime, so much so that soccer cannot be played on there until later in the evening. The synthetic surfaces results in increased problems with dog poo and urine. There are potential surface warranty issues, and there has been a previous issue with dogs digesting the molecules. I do not support any animal being allowed on the synthetic surfaces, whether it's EDOS South pitches or others. Unlike Lilac, the space is well defined with a perimeter fence and can be easy to delineate the space where dogs will not be permitted. Ask yourself a question: why would a dog owner even take their dog to the synthetic pitch at Ellenbrook? Well, I've seen many times dogs in the fence area where the owner's sitting under the pavilion on their mobile phones, not even watching their dogs. With regards to Lilac Hill, I have not been personally provided sufficient evidence, in my opinion, from staff, and they especially have not provided how the proposed no dog allowed space will be identified. I do not see how making the oval a dog prohibited area without knowing exactly where the oval starts and finishes can or would work. Even staff, when answering my question regarding oval markings, were not able to confirm if the oval is permanently marked. And as such, how would dog owners know? My views are a clear delineation would be needed. If council were to make the Lilac main oval a no dog space, what will change? In my opinion, little. There may be more heated interactions between the different user groups, but those owners that don't do the right thing will continue their bad behaviour. Without a physical boundary oval fence, the only present solution I can see with regard to the issue raised by the cricket club and any current conflict is more concentrated ranger patrols at Lilac.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, with a second to spare. Councillor Jones, you nothing to add there? And Councillor Henderson against?
Thank you, everyone. part of your motion I agree with. Certainly in the EDOS, we need to keep dogs under control and off that surface. However, I'm really of concern with your motion around the Lilac Hill area. If you consider that the city spends a lot of money, and I mean a lot, annually on that facility, on those grounds, supporting, curating the grounds and other support to ensure that we retain a top A-grade surface of absolutely fundamental to the deputations we received from the cricket clubs. I think we have to also consider that it is the cricket grounds there and the cricket community are significant. Several millions were spent on the area, what, 2 or 3 years ago, a couple of years ago, to upgrade it, to be able to hold first grade matches. And there's not many pitches or grounds like this around. We get to the next point, and that is that if you look at the map on page 163, the circle with the red dotted line is a tiny, and I stress tiny, proportion of the entire area. It's tiny. So why so much pushback on the this tiny portion? Well, the point is that we're getting more and more people in the area, more and more dogs, and there's concern, I think, that they want to have more and more space. Well, that's just simply going to impact on our A-grade grounds further. So we can talk about the question of a fence, and I think it's time to put that on the table. It's been mooted earlier in discussion, but just about every top quality ground I've seen has a fence around it to keep the grounds under control. Now that might come up in our ward meetings, and Councillor Zinn and myself may pursue that with the clubs as well, as to how we might be able to get that done through grants or whatever. But it is we have plenty of space on the foreshore and the rest of the grounds for that to happen. So I'll foreshadow, if Councillor Bowman's motion does fail, that we can actually get a good balance for everyone and go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Is anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for this motion. I support what you're proposing here, particularly in relation to Lilac Hill. It seems that the main concerns for Lilac Hill really relate to the conflict of interest, or the conflict between dogs and persons preparing the grounds. That's just not a lot of conflict, I would have thought. And dog faeces being left on the oval to be cleaned up. I think personally, this has been a really big exercise that is a bit of a storm in a teacup. I'm not sure that there actually was a real problem in the first place. I think that, as Councillor Henderson said, there was a lot of city money, thousands and tens of thousands of dollars spent to keep Lilac Hill Park as it is, and I have attended cricket games there in the past. Some pretty interesting ones when the West Indies came to play. It is a fantastic ground, and to this date the grounds have been kept beautifully, dogs have been enjoying themselves, and the feces that has been left behind has been minimal. But those tens of thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money is contributed to by all ratepayers, and this land belongs to all ratepayers for use, not an exclusive sporting prestigious. Well, it's a prestige cricket oval with a very historic and important cricket club, but this doesn't mean that it's excluded for the use of other people that want to use it. So I would be supporting your motion, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against the motion? Anyone? Question?
I think we got answered at the agenda forum, but I've forgotten. The size of the proposed main oval compared to the whole area of Lilac, so the other ovals as well. Was there a mention of what that was? Because from recollection, there was two different figures given. One was a percentage of how much that was, as opposed to the whole area.
Just give staff a minute to have a look.
Maybe staff can come
and
back to us.
Possibly Mr Bishop, you might be able to answer that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can confirm that there was no percentage suggested by the city in its consultation process. There may have been discussion during the agenda forum questions last week, but there was no percentage proposed or suggested by staff, certainly not myself.
Thank you. Further question?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, maybe I wasn't clear. Of the main oval, how much roughly is that in size compared to the whole of Lilac Hill, roughly?
Mr Bishop.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just going off the map that was used during the consultation process, which councillors and the community were familiar with. There was an attachment there also to this council report. I'm just making a visual on this, but it's probably about 15% of the whole park area, something like that.
Thank you. No further questions? I'll just ask again, is there anyone who hasn't spoken tonight that is for the motion? Against the motion? Deputy Mayor? For the motion. Would you like to speak for the motion?
Yeah, I too take the view that EDOS is a completely separate issue, and I think the decision we're making here, or we make if we support this motion, is to do the obvious thing and prohibit dogs on artificial surfaces at the EDOS. It's obviously insanitary. But getting to Lilac Hill, it's clear that we're playing cricket there and people are walking their dogs there. But I've not seen any credible evidence of a problem. No one has contacted me. Lilac Hill, of course, is just north of Guildford. I'm pretty sure that if there was an actual conflict problem there, councillors would have been contacted. Sports clubs are never shy of contacting their local councillors. If there was a problem with dog poo on those ovals, we would be seeing pictures of dog poo sent to us, and we've not seen any. We've seen pictures of dogs on the oval, but we've not seen pictures of the actual dog poo on the oval. And I'm sure would be a lot easier if there was a real problem to take some really unpleasant pictures and send them to us. But we've not received any. So my view is there is actually no real problem, at least one that can't be solved by Councillor Bowman's solution of increasing priority of rangers patrolling that area. We could put up more signs, we could educate the dog owners, we could put a sign up by the new dog poo bag dispensing facilities that are appearing all over the city. I don't think that we need to do anything more than this, so I think this motion is just about perfect, so I'm going to vote for it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to put that motion to... Councillor Bowman, your right of reply. Would you like to speak for or against, Councillor Zanino?
I'd like to move an amendment.
What was your amendment?
On point 3, where it says make Lilac Hill a priority area for the City of Swan Rangers to patrol for the next 12 months. I'd like to add and investigate the installation of a fence with the view to protect the main oval.
Is that satisfactory to the mover?
I'm not sure if I can.
Okay.
I think you're actually trying to add a new point rather than
it's
a completely different tense to what's there. It would be an additional. It would be an additional 0.5 to the motion.
Okay, I don't think you could just add it in there, I don't think.
You would have to, through the chair, you would have to, now we have gone substantively through the debate, move an additional, you're moving an amendment now to the motion, which will then have to start debating that amendment rather than the substantive motion. But I'm sure indicatively we could do something through the administration to go and look at that separately and report back to council without having to have an extensive debate about it if you're comfortable.
We did discuss that, and then you weren't sure if that could proceed. So can we get a seconder to that motion? No.
So Councillor Zanina, through the chair, would need to move a point 5, which he's just outlined. They didn't have to get a seconder for that point 5, and then we'd have to debate point 5 because it's no longer part of the substantive motion.
Is that what you'd like to do, Councillor Zanino? Okay, it could be brought to a further meeting. We'll discuss this time.
We can through the chair, we can have a look at that
Yep.
separately.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowman, your right of reply.
Because we're in closing now.
I've got nothing further to add.
Okay. So those in favour of Councillor Bowman's motion. So we've got the Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman. Is that everyone? No. Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett, and myself.
Against.
And those against, Councillor Zanino and Councillor Henderson.
Carried
12-2 carried. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. And then we're going to move on now.
Move to item 14.41.
Question, Councillor Catalano.
Can I make the recommendation to oppose?
Yes, you can, but we'd need to get someone to move the officer's recommendation first, and then you can speak against.
No, I wanted to move that the council doesn't support the closure.
Okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, you know, this new SAT ruling's come in just like out of the blue. So I think I've got, you know, an opportunity, I should be given an opportunity to move that. Since you're asking for a recommendation as well.
Okay. Yep.
Councillor Catalano is moving an alternate motion.
There is none.
As I just said, this SAT ruling, I only had notice of it tonight, or effectively since the schedule came in, which was yesterday, and it changes everything. So therefore, you know, if we had known before this meeting, I would have put my alternative in.
That doesn't matter.
Did you find it or didn't
Councillor
find it?
Catalano is moving an alternate motion. She needs to read the alternate motion.
Okay, thank you. That council resolve to not support the closure of approximately 1,182 square metres of Gaston Road, Bullsbrook, in accordance with section. So I think I don't need to put the rest of it. No, that's just it.
Do you have
That's it. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howlett.
Through you,
Question, Councillor
Madam Mayor, do we need a reason for the motion?
Yes.
Yes, okay. The reason for the motion is that there's equity and use issues involved with this portion of road, and I think they sound justified, as were given at the deputation and the submission.
Thank you. And Councillor Howlett, you seconded that motion. Thank you. Is there any question? Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, if you ruled in accordance with 8.1C, considering that the 2 days, business days motion was not provided.
So you have to give consent as to whether you're going to receive this motion.
So I give consent to receive this motion in this instance that there was a possible lack of information provided to Councillor Catalano.
To all councillors, actually.
All councillors, thank you. Right. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Bowman, Councillor Catalano, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, we heard the adjacent property owner come in. She did her deputation, and she's made a submission. And the first thing, or one of the things she said was that she was told that she wasn't able, or that this portion of Gaston Road wasn't up for sale. She was told that apparently by Main Roads, and I have no reason to dispute that. Now it appears, without any consultation with adjacent landowners who actually have been, like herself, who've actually been using this portion of Gaston Road, now there's an application by another adjacent landowner to want to purchase Gaston Road. And I think this actually telegraphs fairly, it telegraphs that people are not being treated equally, and it really is an equity issue. I think everyone should have been given notice that the property was up for sale, maybe even opportunities to purchase it jointly. The adjacent property owners could have gone into negotiations to purchase it jointly, so that their uses, the use that they're putting to that portion of Gaston Road, would continue. But that opportunity wasn't given. It really is an equity issue, and it looks bad when different people get different messages and don't get the same consideration, or don't get the same opportunity, don't get equity in opportunity. And that's one of the predominant reasons why I have to oppose it. And then the other thing is that there was quite a lot of uses that were identified by the woman that came in and made her deputation, and they sounded reasonable and quite plausible, and a good use for everyone to benefit from that portion of Gaston Road being left open, everyone to benefit. And that was for rounding up livestock, as an access way to all adjacent properties, as a refuge for, native animals. And it appears to me that this portion of Gaston Road doesn't have to be sold.
That's your 3 minutes.
So I propose we leave it open for everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Howlett, seconder.
Thank you. There's just a few points in the officer's in the report that was provided, and yes, it's an equity issue, but it doesn't seem that the objector was really given any consideration once the city received an application requesting the road closure. Because, I mean, the report says that the road appears to be redundant as it's separated due to the Northlink construction. There's a lot of assumptions in here, and I think that the objector has gone on to demonstrate that actually it's not redundant. The road has a purpose, and clearly it has a purpose to the applicant. So I think in the interest of fairness that both parties should be brought together to have a conversation about what's to happen with this portion of road. The reply I got from staff regarding the cost to the upkeep was approximately $200 a year to the city, so it's not as if it costs us anything to look after it, but I think in the interest of being a good council and ensuring good neighbours, then I think we should be encouraging communication and really ascertaining the needs of both of the landowners before making a decision to accept an application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is anyone against the motion? Question, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, to staff, Section 58 of the Land Administration Act. What's the process that local governments are required to go through? And in particular, when someone wants a piece of land like this, advertising it, who gets notification?
Thank you. Mr. van der Linde, if you can assist. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Souther.
Madam, Madam, Madam Chair, I think, 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 Madam Chair,
Yes, so in terms of the process, the applicant is the one that puts the application in to close the road. The city then assesses the use of that road, notifies adjacent landholders, provides them the opportunity to provide comment, which this resident did. And we've seen there was an objection to that in the council report. And then it's the role of council to determine whether the road is required or not, which is the decision we're making tonight. If the decision is made to close the road, the applicant will then liaise with the state regarding the sale of that land and the valuation.
Okay, is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, sending different messages are being treated differently. Let's get one thing correct. This local government did not send a message to the neighbour. Apparently, the neighbour asked someone working from Main Roads whether she could purchase it, apparently. Now, councillors, we need to be careful in saying there's inequity and people should be treated the same. Well, I've seen no evidence of the neighbour being treated any differently, albeit she went to Main Roads. And I know myself, if I go to Main Roads, I get a different answer than if I go to a local government. The owner of the neighbouring property, and let's remember, her property got split because of Tompkins, so it's two areas, installed a fence. So she installed a secondary access to her property. Maybe rural's different, but I thought perhaps we need a approval for a secondary access. So I question if that secondary access has actually even been approved. Thirdly, she already has access to this property, but apparently the access is a little bit steep. Now, I've driven there. I didn't think it was steep. If you want to look at steep, you go to Brigadoon or somewhere like that. Thirdly, or fourthly, whichever I'm up to, the neighbouring owner said she wanted to move across through her block. Well, even just looking at the map on page 183, if you want to go north on that block, you'll probably be flying because you won't be driving through that bush scrubland. So again, there was another issue that I could not understand, and when I questioned the person making the deputation, didn't really get a response. Councillors, look, at the end of the day, staff have said it's $200 to maintain. It's not a big issue. The only reason it's here is this requirement to go through. I understand why the owner who is asking for it wants it. But I just want to make it very clear. This is not an inequity thing. This is not someone being treated differently. That owner had the ability to do that. Whether she got wrong information from somebody working at Main Roads on the roadside, I can't answer that. I don't think anyone can because we weren't there. But I see no reason to refuse it.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone for the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. To me, this is fairly straightforward. It's a road that's still in use. It may be a smaller, less used piece of road than it was before, but it's a road which is a public easement that's still in use. There is absolutely no reason to close it. So for that reason, I'm supporting Councillor Catalano's motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there anyone against the motion? Last call. If there's no one against the motion, we'll put that to the vote. Okay. So, right a reply? Just like to cut them off tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly right. We are here to decide whether to close this little bit of road, which costs us, what was it? $200 a year, that benefits a number of adjacent landowners, or not to, for the benefit of one landowner. So that's what we're here to do. The provisions of the Land Administration Act don't kick in until we made our decision. So if we don't support the closure, the road stays open and everyone gets an opportunity to use that road. And I would implore you to let's keep the road open and not support the closure.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Those in favour of the motion? So, Deputy Mayor, 1, 2, 3. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Jones, Councillor Knight, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Howlett. And oh, did you have your hand up, Councillor Ringo?
No, okay.
And that was myself. And those against? Councillor Bowman, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Miles, Councillor Zanino, and Councillor Prodovnik.
Carried 9.
Is that right? Yours is down or is it out? No. So that's carried
9 votes to 5.
9 to 5. Thank you. We need to jump back now to item 14.5.5, which is the sale of land rates and charges that was withdrawn, the outstanding more than 3 years with Councillor Prodovnik. If you'd like to read your motion, hopefully.
So, question, is this one on the order paper?
No, it was withdrawn and it wasn't time to amend it. Yep. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay.
So it's one that's being given special permission, is it?
No, it was
No.
withdrawn at the start of the
Do you
meeting.
remember at the beginning of the meeting?
No.
So through the chair-
we have to give 2 days' notice, don't we?
So at this
Yeah, we do.
stage, so it was withdrawn at the start of the meeting for discussion. At this stage, then the mayor has also got to give, if challenged, a ruling as to whether she'll accept an amendment at the meeting, as Councillor Bowman just asked under 8. What was it? 13.
That's correct. That's the process I'm asking for. So we need to go through that. We don't have anything on the order paper.
That's correct. So the mayor has got to give a ruling whether she'll accept this as an alternate.
So I'll give ruling to accept that as an alternate motion.
Okay.
Yeah, why is it late?
Was it emailed earlier? At what time was that?
So it's 2 days.
Through the chair, it wasn't received in time for the cut-off, which is 2 days prior to the meeting. It was processed over the last day and a bit by Councillor Prodovnik, but it was not submitted in accordance with meeting procedures in time. So therefore, it can be withdrawn, which it was withdrawn at the start of the meeting, but the mayor now needs to give a ruling as to whether she'll accept an amendment. If she won't accept an amendment, then we'll go straight back to the officer's recommendation. So it's up to the mayor to make that determination, just as she did for the last item.
Can I just provide a bit more information for the mayor before she makes the decision?
Technically, no, it's just my decision then. So
There is some late information which makes it worthwhile
Okay.
considering.
do I need to hear that then? Or?
So through the chair, there is some late information, and then a payment plan has been entered by one of the members listed on the document, which would make it, subject to the mayor's consideration, worth considering.
When did that late payment plan information come
You
through?
have to ask Mr. Travascus, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Travascus?
We only received confirmation today.
So can we have information about the late payment plan then? So as it must be in writing, presumably, and signed by the person proposing it. Yeah, but we need information from the staff.
Mr. Travascus to provide context.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. So the additional information is that a lump sum payment was received today and confirmed by staff that it did hit our bank account, and the ratepayer also been in discussions about a suitable payment arrangement. So on that basis, it had discussions with Councillor Prodovnik. It could be considered to hold proceedings to sale, but it's at the end of the day that's the limit
Right.
of the additional information.
I'd like to ask, when was that payment made by the resident? It was only made today?
Confirmed as receipted today. So it was possibly processed a couple of days earlier, but we've confirmed that it's been received.
And what was the can we say what the significant amount was? Or not without going behind closed doors? I didn't hear him say it. No. So would that be behind closed doors for that amount?
Look, Madam Chair, if I could, it was, if it's the figure that I believe that was referred to, this particular ratepayer had made numerous promises on numerous occasions that they were going to make a payment, all at the last time to stall. However, we did confirm that they had recently sold an investment property, and we were able to independently confirm that. They then made this offer again of making a payment, but as I said to the director, I've seen this before, So until there was any money in the bank, there was no basis. But a significant payment has been made. I think it would be legitimate for council to at least consider the alternative as part of the debate tonight.
I'll consider that alternative.
So I've got a further
Wait,
question
just
then.
a moment. We had one hand up from Councillor Knight. Question?
Is that mine? If Councillor Predognovic have not brought this up today, would this have gone through like an en bloc and we would have sold that property? Why weren't we informed? Why didn't it come to the meeting earlier?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, the process of sale of property only initiates an approval. You don't actually sell the property. What normally happens is once you've made that approval, usually at the 11th hour, lots of people choose to pay. And you've seen that in the briefing we've given previously. So you would have seen this person all of a sudden made a very substantive payment and they entered a payment plan, in which case we would not proceed to sell the property. But it's often usually under that final degree of guidance that a decision will be made by them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Podovnik.
Got a question.
Oh, sorry, question. That was your council.
So I'm just wondering how this information wasn't provided to all councillors.
Through you, Mr. Trafficker.
So it's clear that Councillor Predognovic knew about it before everybody else. So can we have some background information?
So through the chair, a request was made by Councillor Predognovic on the status of the two ratepayers and if there'd been any additional information. So that was provided this afternoon at short notice, just confirming the details of that. So through this motion that's being raised, obviously all councillors are being made aware of that additional information.
So when you had that additional information, why didn't you send it to all councillors?
Hang on.
Through the chair, yes, sorry, that's probably an oversight on my behalf not to send it to all councillors.
So is one councillor getting special information that other councillors are not getting?
Yes, in this case, potentially.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So is that something how did that arise then, Mr. CEO?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll be speaking to the director after this because in terms of that advice, even I didn't receive the advice on this. However, as I noted a minute ago, a payment received even after council's initiated sale will always void the process of sale. We won't look to take someone's house off them, their principal place of residence, if we have a payment plan. But it's usually only this final step that causes some people who would not wanting to make payment to be forthcoming.
So when did we confirm the payment? What time today? So what was the process? When did you check the bank account?
Through the chair, I'm not sure the exact time, but upon the request to investigate, it was confirmed today by staff that the payment had hit our account.
And my question was that inquiry made by Councillor Podovnik to see if that account money had been cleared?
So through the chair, staff are in constant contact with these ratepayers. So as soon as this report goes up, they're notified that the report has gone up and they're in discussions as far as trying to enter into payment arrangements. On this occasion, the ratepayer has made contact with staff and did advise that they were going to attempt to make a lump sum payment, and they discussed a potential payment arrangement. It wasn't confirmed that it hit the account until today. As per the CEO's advice, this doesn't, whether it's deferred or was approved by council, once a suitable payment arrangement is in place, all actions on hold. So it doesn't significantly impact, I guess, the outcome. The main I guess what we're trying to achieve is get that suitable payment arrangement in place, and as long as that's adhered to, all further action would be put on hold.
Right. So can we get all that information sent to us so we can look at it?
And the CEO will discuss that already after. Any questions before we go through it? Councillor Podovnik.
Great, thank you. So this motion is that Council resolve to, in accordance with the Local Government Act 1995 and pursuant to Section 664, instruct the bailiff to proceed to sell the property listed below, which is rates and charges in arrears for 3 or more years. Assessment number 214350 in the Pierce ward. 2, not proceed to sell the property listed below, which is in the Midland Guildford ward. Assessment number 245220. 3, note that any further default on the agreed payment plan for the property on list 2 will result in a report to council to sell the property in accordance with section 6.64 of the Local Government Act 1995. And the reason for the motion provided by Councillor Prodovnik, not Councillor Knight, was 1, since the publication of the report in the council agenda, the city has received an acceptable partial payment. 2, in its recommendation, it is recommended council put on hold on proceeding to sell this property, assessment 245220, as the owner has made a payment and contacted the city to enter into a suitable payment arrangement.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against? No, there's no one against. It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And we're going to move on to the next item, which is 15.1 by Councillor Howlett. Councillor Howlett, withdrawal of agenda items. Page 362.
Would you mind scrolling up for me? Thank you. Okay, so my motion is that council resolve to return to the process by where, at the conclusion of the agenda forum meeting, the presiding member asks councillors to indicate if they intend to withdraw any items from the agenda for amendment or alternatives. And 2, ensure that ward councillors take priority in ordinary council meeting agendas with regards to the hierarchy of amendments or alternatives. My reason is 1, currently agenda items can be inadvertently passed on block at the ordinary council meeting. 2, at the end of the agenda forum meeting, there is no conclusive indication of which items will be withdrawn and by whom. 3, multiple councillors can be working independently on similar amendments or alternatives to the same motions, which may result in more work by executive team and collating it's a very difficult word. Duplicitous motions and advising councillors of such. Number 4, the community is unaware which councillor, if any, is withdrawing an agenda item to amend or provide an alternate for inclusion in the next ordinary council meeting agenda. 5, the hierarchy is unclear for inclusion in the agenda of the received amendments or alternatives. 6, time will be saved for both councillors and the executive team and make the process of withdrawal of agenda items clear for everyone, including the community.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? Councillor Bowman. Councillor Howlett, if you'd like to start your debate.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. Tonight, as an example, Councillor Henderson referenced that he gave notice at the agenda forum last week with an exception, with an expectation that this was a clear indication of his withdrawal of item 14.1.4 policy reviews. Yet, in the officer's comment in response to my motion, it is that providing verbal advice of an intent to lodge an alternate motion does not have any official status. Councillors, if you support Councillor Henderson's understanding that providing verbal advice at the close of the agenda forum showed intent, then please support my motion to return to the process we employed in the previous council. I've only been on council 2 years, and this is how it was when I first joined, by where we gave notice of intent of withdrawal of agenda items. Providing verbal advice of an intent to lodge an alternate motion does not have any official status. However, it alerts all council, it alerts all of council, staff and community who is withdrawing which motion, and allowing staff and councillors to work together collaboratively, not duplicitously, on alternate motions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. I don't even know really why we dropped that. It just suddenly seemed to be something that we no longer did. I don't believe there was ever really any vote taken on it or what have you. Anyway, the thing is that I mean, I would actually like to see us share much more information in terms of preparing for these meetings, so that we can avoid ambush or being ambushed, because I don't think it makes for a very positive or creative environment in which to make decisions. And it also doesn't create a very positive or creative environment in which to work. You know, we always, you know, there's always a lot of talk about working collaboratively, but if you're going to work collaboratively, you have to have openness and transparency. I'd like to actually see the alternative motions sent out to all councillors, so that everybody gets a chance to see what each other is planning to do on the council meeting night, so we don't have heaps of, you know, frustration and tension before the meeting. I thought this is where we were supposed to be going. Evidently not. So this is one step. I think this is just one step towards getting to that position. I'm more than happy to share my alternatives and what I want to do with other councillors, but I'm not going to do it if you're not going to share it with me. Transparency is something that has to belong to all of us, and we have to agree to, you know, respect each other in that way, and that knowing that openness of information between councillors actually, yes, okay, it means you can't go and ambush other councillors with your motions, something you might put up, you know, at the last minute, and nobody knows anything about it, and there's all kinds of strategies behind it, and you know, this is how politics is played. Well, I don't know. Is that how politics should be played? No, I think we've had this discussion many times. This is supposed to be a collaborative environment. So the first step is transparency. Please vote for this motion.
Anyone a speaker against the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ambush. Let's talk about ambush. Ambush, to me, is presenting a motion on the night without providing any advice. We all get the run sheet beforehand. We all see the alternative motions that councillors put up. So if we're going to talk about ambush, ambush is actually putting motions up on the run at the agenda like we've done tonight. Open and accountable and transparency. Remember back, councillors, at the end of the agenda forum, we'd go around the room. Oh yeah, I've got something that I'm going to move. What is it, councillor? Oh, I don't know yet. Which way, councillor? I don't know yet. I haven't written that yet. And then staff would wait until the Monday, the Tuesday, with the expectations. And even worse, you would hear around this forum people saying, yep, I'm going to move something. Great, it's a refusal. Okay, I won't do anything. It's their ward, all good. I'd then come to the council meeting, see the run sheet, and guess what? The councillor who said they were going to do something didn't do it. I think that's actually worse. I think it's worse because what that does is gives you a false sense that the councillor is going to move a motion because they said they were, but for whatever reason, they haven't. Now, councillors, we all get the agenda on the Friday. We can work with staff in the lead up. We can write motions. If you want to provide to other councillors, go for it. But don't lecture me about sharing, because I'm the only councillor that I'm aware of that submits my questions, and I get grief from certain councillors beforehand because I'm not here to ambush staff on questions that they need to look at the computer or research something. And I'm the one that always then says, make sure this goes to all councillors, because the thing that you need to do with equity is when one councillor gets the information for a council meeting, we all get it. And yes, there was an example tonight. My ears pricked up as well, why we weren't sent that, and I'm sure that will be addressed very, very quickly. But councillors, we can all, and like some said to me today, have you spoken to any other councillor? We can all pick up the phone. We can all talk to other councillors. We can then actually say, hey, Councillor Henderson, it's your ward, are you doing anything there? This is what I think. Councillor Henderson then might say, well, this is what I'm going to be doing. Great, any suggestion you could do that.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. That's your time. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, councillors, the agenda for, can you believe it, there was a time when we did not have agenda forums. So prior to 2017, we had a 3 weekly council meeting process, and the deputations were done on the same night as a council meeting. Just imagine that. Meetings used to go on till midnight. Sometimes there was no possibility of collaborating on alternate motions. When we instituted the agenda forum process, we initially began an informal process of indicating to one another what we were going to do. For collaborative reasons, it worked well. And then when Councillor Bailey was the mayor, he instituted a more rigorous process of running through every single item. That was the run sheet that some of us were familiar with. And that, after a bit of a rocky start, actually turned out to be quite successful. It worked really well. It enabled councillors to indicate the alternate, if they were going to do an alternate motion. Of course, you don't have to if you don't want to. But if you want to be a collaborative person, here's a great opportunity for you. You can say, yeah, I'm going to do that. And if another councillor has also got an alternate motion, the 2 councillors can have a talk and work out whether they're thinking about the same thing or not. It will also stop multiple councillors from working on the same motion, sending it in, and then discovering that there's 3 almost identical alternate motions out there. We're supposed to work as a collaborative body. We're supposed to try to work together, and we're turning a page, I believe, in this council. We're trying to do more of that. So what I think we do need to do is to bring back this process that served us so well. The work that has been very successful. It saves so much time. It would have, had we done it at the agenda forum, it would have really smoothed it out. It would have saved me time personally. I wouldn't have had to, I did actually produce an alternate motion for this, but I was advised to withdraw it for a whole lot of reasons we won't go into now. Now, the process had been working well for several years, and then inexplicably, when Councillor Lucas was the mayor, about 2 or 3 meetings before the election, he suddenly stopped the process. There was no explanation about it. When asked why, he just got up and left the room. We weren't doing that anymore, he said. And it seemed to be just a simple attempt to speed up cut short the agenda forum so that people could go home. But councillors, it's led to more work. It's led to more work for individual councillors, more work for staff, and it is making the council meetings go longer. So I think we need to go back to that process. I think it will be very, very successful, and I'd strongly encourage councillors to support Councillor Howlett's motion. In my view, it's just simple common sense and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question, Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, through you to the CEO, did the CEO not provide a discussion briefing or something on the reasons why this was changing? My recollection was there was, but I just can't recall quickly exactly where.
So this was dealt with early last year when we were dealing with the responses back to the Department of Local Government, looking for an efficient process around the table. And as noted in the report, firstly, under the meeting procedures local law, there is no basis by which you can, at the part of a meeting, go around the table and see who wants to withdraw a motion. Secondly, under your meeting procedures local law, the only way to withdraw a motion is to provide a written alternative. So in simply going around and creating a shopping list of potential alternatives, you don't actually have alternatives. And when there's no process to do it, I don't know how you're doing it.
Madam Mayor, second question, if it's not permitted within our meeting procedure local law, if this motion was to pass, would we then close agenda forum and it would be done afterwards in an informal basis, or how otherwise would it be dealt with in the agenda forum under our meeting procedure local laws?
Thank you. It couldn't be done as part of your meeting, the agenda forum, because they have to be conducted in accordance with the meeting procedures. So you can only do it as an informal process afterwards, but again, it has no standing in that only a written alternative motion submitted is something that can be considered for the meeting.
I've got questions as well. So, Mr. CEO, if it's not in the meeting procedures local law, does that mean we can't do it?
Technically, yeah.
Through the chair, not during a meeting, where you were obliged in the opening paragraph said these meeting procedures apply to agenda forums, council meetings and briefings. So it's clear you can't do it as part of a meeting procedure. You can only do it as an informal process after a meeting is closed.
So that's good. So we can continue to do it in the public, can continue in the public gallery and listen to it, and we can do our coordination. So we just say end the agenda forum and carry on. And would you not agree, Mr. CEO, that communication and collaboration is likely to speed up our meetings?
Through the chair, if you're asking for my opinion, yes, I'm happy it would, but the simplest way to do that, for any councillor who's working on an alternative, to circulate that alternative to all councillors as they've done it. And that way everyone would know that they have completed, just as Councillor Bowman's mentioned tonight answering his questions, if you've drafted an alternative, just circulate it to all council meetings. And that's what used to happen when I was at the City of Coburn.
But wouldn't you agree that if it was done in a meeting before council sitting down and spending a lot of time drafting alternate motions, sending them to staff, coming back, changing it, modifying it, sending it out, if 2 or 3 councillors knew they all were working on the same lines, they could all get together and get one motion together, send it to staff, and staff would only have to work on it once. The order paper would be shorter. It would save so much time, especially for councillors who are working. Would you not agree that would be the best way to go?
Through the chair, you're asking me to enter debate, and it's not appropriate for me to enter debate.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's stop today. Thank you. Councillor Miles.
Could I just make a quick question that maybe the Deputy Mayor could maybe just wait until you give him the call when he's asking questions, because then it's looking really messy going back and forth.
So, is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Podovnik.
I just want to say that actually there was a lot of problems with the past process, so I'm not surprised it's changed. If we don't want something to be passed en bloc, all we need to do is to withdraw it before the meeting, like I did tonight. Sometimes we have to raise a motion on the night of a council meeting, like Councillor Catalano did tonight, because she got information at the last minute, like I did tonight with the sale of the land item. Staff had to confirm the promised funds had been paid before I could get an alternative to council tonight, and that was only done today. Sometimes we need extra time. We should have the flexibility to raise motions on the night of a council meeting if necessary. I do support working collaboratively, but the executive have always let us know if another councillor is working on the same motion, and we're encouraged to discuss and work together with other councillors all the time. That's always happened. All we need to do is pick up the phone. Communication and collaboration is something I'm sure we all want to do, and we're already doing. You'll see my land sale motion was sent to all councillors today. Please vote this motion down. What's happening now is working.
Thank you. Is anyone for the motion?
Question?
Question, Councillor Henderson.
As our agenda forum is under our local laws, towards the end of our agenda forum, could we not move a suspension of standing orders to seek opinions from councillors on what they might want to do, and then come back to the meeting and close it? It's one way of skinning a cat.
Mr. CEO.
So through the chair, which is the clause you're proposing to suspend? Effectively, all of them. And once you suspend all of them, you may as well finish the meeting. So there's no process on your meeting procedures to do that. As I said, the simplest thing to do is, if you have drafted an alternative, is once you've drafted it, circulate it for your other council colleagues.
Okay. Is anyone for the motion? Is anyone against the motion who hasn't spoken? If not, I'll put that to the... Sorry? Councillor Howler, your right of reply.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman, I agree. You're a very good and true advocate for sharing of questions, and I thank you for that. It's wonderful. I also did speak to you this week about your motions and what you've withdrawn. I also called Councillor, I called Evia, sorry. I spoke to Councillor Mars. I actually put a call into Councillor Podovnik. You never returned my call. I put a call into Councillor McCulloch. I never heard back from her. I spoke to Councillor Singh. I get on the phone. I spoke to Councillor Dawn. I spoke to Councillor Knight. I didn't ring Councillor Zanino and Councillor Henderson, so I do apologise, but I thought I was getting annoying. And I also spoke to Councillor Catalano and Councillor Johnson, so I do talk. It is important that we do that. However, what I'm suggesting, if it falls outside of the meeting procedures, then it is going back to the informal method, as we have done in the past. Councillor Podovnik said there was lots of problems, but you didn't identify any problem in your debate. you mentioned the need to be able to bring motions on the night, and this is not preventative to that. This is actually about the preparation of the next week's alternates. In the run sheet, we were provided the draft run sheet we got yesterday afternoon. I'm sure you all noticed that at 11.1 was the change to the minutes, which basically was due to the resolution to not adopt the officer's recommendation, and no further recommendations being put forward, meant that the application had not been refused. So you cannot just withdraw an item to debate, because if it becomes a unanimous opposition to the officer's recommendation, then that means that the motion actually had not been refused. So we have to put in alternates now. We have to put in amendments if we want to withdraw an item for debate. We can no longer just vote against the officer's recommendation, and I hope that's clear to all of you, because that's part of the problem that we're faced tonight. So please just support this. There wasn't a problem. It just actually is about efficiency. It's about information sharing. We can do it at the conclusion of the meeting before we leave the room. If you don't want to participate, don't participate. Don't say you want to withdraw anything, but if you want to say it, then do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. All right, I'm going to put the motion to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Howlett's motion. So we have Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Howlett and myself. And those against were Councillor Bowman and Councillor Zanino and Councillor Brodovnik. So we had 11-3. That's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item. So we have item 15.2, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Social Media Contact Information on page 364. Thank you
very much. This is my motion with an accepted amendment from Councillor Miles, and as we had discussed motions in the week, that the Council resolved to 1, published councillor-specific social media contact details on the City's website, councillor member page, in addition to their phone number and email address where requested by a council member, and 2, publish the internal and external council-appointed committees for individual elected members on the council member page of the City website. Excuse me. Reason for the motion: 1, a councillor's social media page is a common way for a community member to contact a councillor via a message. 2, it facilitates more ways to access a councillor. 3, it is responsive to the current digital climate. 4, individual council members should determine whether their public and private social media accounts are made available. This would be consistent with the Privacy Act. 5, publishing details of the committee that individual council members were appointed also provides the community with guidance for contacting relevant council members.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Miles. Is there anyone against? Councillor Henderson. Do you wish to debate it? We'll go straight to put the matter to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Howlett's motion. Councillor, sorry, we're going to count. Do you want names still? Yep. So Deputy Mayor Councillor Johnson, we have Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Howlett and myself. Did you just put your hand? Those against?
You weren't here when the vote was taken, so you stayed.
Those against? Councillor Ringo, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson. Is it? Okay, just a moment. Just one moment.
So through
do have an
the
issue.
chair, thank you, through the chair, if a council leaves the meeting, which they're legitimately able to do, the meeting continues. So Councillor Bowman has advised, I've seen waving at Councillor, at the minute clerk, that he was leaving the meeting, presumably to go to the place of convenience. As the meeting vote had been called and he wasn't here during the course of the discussion, he can't then come and sit down halfway through a vote and say, I now want to vote.
There was no discussion. We went straight to
No,
vote.
I'm aware, but that was the point, that there was no one
Did ask,
opposed.
is there anyone opposed?
And there was no one ready to speak, so the mayor put it straight to the vote. You've already had the vote for those four. So unless you restart the vote again, then Councillor Bowman shouldn't participate when you've already had half a vote.
Question. As Councillor Bowman was in the room and we're required by law to vote, surely Councillor Bowman would be well advised to vote.
And can I also
Just
make
one
another
moment, just one
point?
moment, I'll just respond to this, thank you.
So if Councillor Bowman is in the room, however, if for instance Councillor Bowman wanted to vote for a motion, we've already got past that and we're now voting against the motion, Councillor Bowman can't participate in that vote. So the only way for the mayor to do it now would be to say, I'm going to call the vote again, and for Councillor Bowman to vote as part of that process.
Can I make another point? And that is that the vote should not have been taken while he wasn't in the room. It should have been
The vote can be taken while if he chooses to leave the room and go to...
It is a serious breach.
That's right.
To
And he
leave-
chose to leave the chamber.
No, can I just finish, please? It is a serious breach, and the Department of Local Government has told me this themselves. It is a serious breach if you leave the meeting and you don't vote.
We know.
But there is also a responsibility on the presiding member to call back that person for the vote, or at least to wait for them to come back into the room.
Well, since he didn't actually leave the room, it
Oh.
is possible then to
Yeah.
recall.
I'm happy to talk to Madam Mayor, but we're spending a lot of time on this when we're getting close to the end. A council member can leave the building, leave the meeting in order to go to the toilet. If a council member just absents himself from a meeting, that is a serious breach. But to leave and go to the toilet or get a drink of water is not a breach of the Act. It happens on a regular basis, and I've seen councillors do it. But if you absent yourself from a meeting, that's a serious breach. You'll find that Mr Dennis McLeod has just issued an update briefing for councillors on this, on voting with an impartiality. I might circulate that item to you, but you'll all find it quite interesting to read. But there is nothing wrong with the councillor doing that. However, where a vote has been called and the council member wasn't there, then the council member can't come and participate in half a vote. So the best thing for the mayor to do is to say, I'm going to call the vote again as Councillor Bowman is sitting at the table.
Right, I'm going to call that vote again. Those in favour of Councillor Howlett's motion.
Just a question, how can
I'm
we
in the
do
middle
that?
of Councillor
Yeah,
Deputy
question.
Mayor, I'm just in the middle of calling something again right now.
Yeah, no, I've
Okay.
got to ask you a question
Then you need
first.
to say question and let me respond to that.
Question.
Okay.
Where in the meeting procedures has it said we can vote twice on something?
So the vote, through the chair, the vote has not been taken. We've got halfway through a vote, so the vote has not been taken. You are not voting twice on something. Is that clear? We've had half a vote where Councillor Bowman was sort of in the room, and then sitting down. So you haven't declared a vote. Now that the mayor has called for the vote, all debate should finish and the vote should be taken.
I'm going to call that vote again, and this is for Councillor Howlett's Councillor social media contact information. Yes. Yes. All those in favour of Councillor Howlett's motion, please raise your hands. We had Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, and Councillor Howlett and myself. Those against? Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Podovnik. So it's carried 11-3, thank you, and we move on. We still have 4 items, I think it's left to get through. So, 3 left. So 15.3, Councillor Bowman, Citizenship Ceremonies Catering, page 366. Thanks, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move that Council resolves that the City of Swan community groups be offered the opportunity to provide catering for citizenship ceremonies in lieu of the current corporate providers, and the reason for the motion, the current cost charge to the City for catering and citizenship ceremonies is extremely high, with a breakdown of the current cost for a recent ceremony listed below.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Howlett? She was a bit quicker off the mark. Is Councillor Howlett? Is there anyone against? Question, Councillor Catalano.
What makes us think that community groups are going to be able to do it cheaper?
That will go to Ms.
Now, are we expecting them to do it for nothing?
Who's that going to go
Question
to?
for staff, it's a question for Councillor Bowman.
Councillor Bowman. So you had a question? Was it to
No,
staff?
it was a question to staff. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't
So
particularly
we need to
want,
speak to who's in charge of.
I didn't want to get into debate about it.
That's fine. Who's in charge of community events?
So through the chair, there is a procurement process that's required for any form of service we provide. So the only way that this motion could be given effect is as when it comes at the end of the current tender, community groups be invited to make submissions. That's the only way it can be happened, because there are food standards to be achieved. We have occupation, health and safety requirements, and community groups would have to voluntarily choose to put in a tender submission. So nothing avoids the procurement process.
Councillor Catalano.
That wasn't my question. My question was, what evidence or what are we going on to suggest that a community group could do it cheaper than a catering company? We've got the catering costs, but where's the suggestion that a community group could do it cheaper, other than to expect them to do it for nothing?
Through you, Mr. CEO.
So through the chair, we have no advice that that's possible. You could ask Councillor Bowman, but then you're almost starting to enter debate at this point in time.
Question?
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Indication of what groups might want to do this? Are we going to end up with a bun fight? It's almost a pun, I'm sorry. Over who does it? How would this be managed? There's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
There are. And as the CEO has just pointed out, we haven't got that information yet. That's something that might need to be brought to council later on. But Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question about the community groups. So how specific of which community group can do it than the lot of community groups in the city of Swan? And there's a lot of work to the city to who's going to be catering or who's not. And also is a diverse community. So if some are from the Malaysian community or Indian or Punjabi community, how they can comply with what type of food. And is there any city has a standard to approve that catering businesses or the groups has be standard to deliver that food, because it is citizenship ceremony, not just any normal occasions or function. The citizens, the newly citizens has to be getting is a good hospitality from the city when they're getting the certificates. So it's everything have to be taking it seriously, considerations before.
At this stage, we don't have enough information.
Yes, so
as the CEO has pointed out, it's something that's a procurement process, so it would have to go out for tender. So therefore, we'd be advertising with outside within the City of Swan to community groups, and then we would have to wait and see what came back if that was the process, and that would be a staff initiative, staff to possibly bring those suggestions to council. And how that's debated on, I don't have that information as yet.
Thank you.
Process. Councillor Catalano.
Question, then can't community groups, when it goes out to for procurement, can't community groups, put a submission in then? It doesn't, it could be just open to community groups then.
Well,
it is open to community groups.
It would have to be community groups that met those standards of the City of Swan standards for their current providers. So therefore, the staff would have to then go through that process and look at who has the.
But they can put in a submission just the same as the caterers can put a submission in.
It is possible, and that's something we don't have more information on. You could debate it tonight and make a decision tonight, or you can bring it back to council with a bit more information from staff as to what's a possibility.
There's a motion that's been opened. It's got a mover in it.
We do. We need to get back to this. Okay.
Anyone who wishes to speak against it?
Does anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Ringo? We had a question from Councillor Catalano, now we're question 4. 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, many members of our community are doing it tough. The cost of everything, I'll talk for 3 minutes, he'll be right, Councillor Paddy Jones. The cost of everything seems to be going up and up. It is fiscally hard out there at the moment. Many of our not-for-profit community groups are finding it harder and harder regards to fundraising, as people simply don't have the excess cash. At the moment, catering for our citizenship ceremonies are outsourced. Nothing flash, if you ask me, and maybe simple to submit just the purchase order, but there is an alternative. Why can't some of our community groups undertake this catering? It will not cost the city ratepayers anymore, and it will allow a new fundraising opportunity for our community groups without them having to rely on the same members, same parents. A full day at Bunnings Sausage Sizzle usually involves 20 volunteers spread over shifts with an average profit of $1,000. The catering for City of Swan Citizenship will require a quarter of the volunteers and the ability of a profit of more than $1,000. Bunnings does this every weekend. I'm sure once a month we could manage. The added benefit is the community groups can advertise who they are and what they do to our new citizens and maybe attract more members. The officer's comment would make it appear that it can't be done and there are issues that can't be overcome. I disagree. Firstly, the town hall, the location of our citizenship ceremony, has a commercial kitchen available. The food is not being sold, so it's not required to register premises for food. Sporting groups, P&Cs, already have public liability insurance. That's for examples that they need these to operate. It could be treated as a donation, so our queue issues are eliminated. The variability of the food and service quality can be addressed by a simple but detailed requirement document. Councillors, we can keep doing what we've been doing, and we can put in place an opportunity for our community groups to fundraise money without having to rely on the same members, parents, etc. If this is the direction we want to take, it can be done. However, it will require the administration to make some changes, and it can only work with staff buy-in and involvement.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. A seconder?
Thank you, that's me. I love this motion. I think it's fantastic. It takes me back to the city's mantra, which is one city, diverse people, cultures and places. This is such a great opportunity to showcase the diversity in our city. I've worked, 40 years in hospitality running food. There is not a problem that can't be overcome in these requirements that need to be met. A community group can be auspiced by another larger group when it comes to registration of ABN, etc. I'm quite sure that would be acceptable, but that's all part of the RFQs. As far as complying to A, B, C, D and E in those officers' recommendations, easily done. I think this is a great way of integrating community groups, culture groups with the new Australians who are joining our city. I think a mix-up from the rather average, boring Western food would be quite pleasant. It'd be nice to see some cultural food shared amongst everybody. I think it's a fantastic motion and I'm happy to work in any way to support it because I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against the motion? Is anyone? Councillor Ringo did actually have a hand up earlier, so we'll take Councillor Ringo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is, Councillor Bowman, this is a great motion, but I do have to disagree that I will not be supporting this motion on a few bases. As someone who recently received her citizenship and attended a citizenship ceremony herself, food brings people together, and food is an international language that we all speak. And if we're all talking about the diversity, it would be very, very hard to pick which community groups would be catering for those citizenship ceremonies. And also putting in context all the different dietary requirements that we have. There is a huge difference that I'd like to point out between community groups and catering services. Those are businesses. They specialise in catering for events. Community groups They often do it as on a voluntary basis based on what they're doing. But one of the biggest aspects I want to bring into the chambers tonight is that by actually using the current catering system that the city's got going on, we're actually putting revenues back into our local businesses. And that's a very big plus that we need to think about. Sometimes it's also thinking about the struggling business owners that are also within the city of Swan. So I'm all in for community groups, but I just think this is, you know, who are you going to pick and who are you going to leave out? Not all community groups. I come from a community group where not a lot of community groups have got, you know, insurance for $10 million and above, or have got, you know, the registered premises for food, or majority, I think we can all agree that majority of community groups are often registered as a not-for-profit organisation. So they're not catering businesses. So, yeah, so I'm going to, yeah, I don't support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone for the motion? There's no one for the motion. Is there anyone against the motion that hasn't spoke yet? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an interesting motion, and I'd like Council to think about councillor motions on notice in a slightly different way. The typical format of a councillor motion on notice should be for the council to resolve to request the CEO to produce a report on the feasibility of community groups catering for citizenship ceremonies. That I could support, because then we're leaving the mechanics and the detailed, if you like, design of it, and the feasibility to the city. The city comes back and reports and says, yeah, that's great, we can actually do that. No, I don't think we can, for the reasons they've already given us. So that is, councillors, in my view, the way you put a councillor motion on notice. You request a report on the thing that you're interested in. I agree entirely with everything Councillor Ringo says. It's a professional job. Those people who become new citizens really do need to be given, you know, good quality, professionally prepared food. I'm not saying that other associations would not do so, and I'll come on to some that would in a moment. But I do think it's something, it's a time for celebration. We need to give them good food, and I also do think we need to bring the alcoholic beverages back, because it's a time for celebration. So, councillors, are there any groups that could actually do this? Well, the only one that springs to mind is the Country Women's Association that do actually do this kind of catering. And I know the Salvation Army does as well, but the Salvation Army operates on a commercial basis. But what about the others that we'd be offering it to? So I'm just trying to think now. The Midland Districts Poultry Association. I mean, I guess they could offer chicken sandwiches. Transition Town Guildford, maybe some lettuce sandwiches. West Swan Fire Brigade, I think it'd be toasted cheese and ham sandwiches. I know that Fire Brigades are very good at that. And then I start to think, go further down the track. What about the Machinery Preservation Society? What would they have to offer? We'd have to offer it to all kinds of groups, including bowls groups, sporting groups, everybody. So I'm not going to support this, because I think the motion is in the wrong form. And I don't think we should be experimenting with and tinkering with our citizenship ceremonies. They are important ceremonies. I became a citizen in 2000. The form of the citizenship ceremony is quite different. We were given food, but interestingly, we were also given a potted tree to take home and plant. So I've often suggested we do that, and you notice the staff are now providing seeds for you to plant. This was a compromise between the tree being difficult to carry around. So councillors, I'm voting against this because of the form of the motion, and I think the difficulty of implementation. As the CEO says, it can't be done. Thanks.
And I'd like to enter the debate, so I'm going to hand it to Deputy Mayor, if I can.
Yes.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the debate tonight, and I also enjoyed the motion, and I like the, thank you, you know, the diversity that we have. I'm not, so I appreciate everyone's point of view on this one. Just quickly though, I won't be able to support that tonight, but I am willing to look at a report if it did go to council in the future to look at those community groups, because I do appreciate that we have a lot of cultural groups, whether it's the citizenship that they provide those the food for that event for, or whether it's a different event that we look at in the future of giving those community groups the opportunity to showcase their culture. Then I'm more than happy to look at that in a future report for future events as well. But at this stage, I won't be supporting that motion. Thank you. Right. Councillor Bowman, back to you. Your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Councillor Johnson said it's not in the right format.
Councillor Ringo.
Ringo, just turn the speaker on.
Good to go. So Councillor Johnson mentioned he's not voting against it because it's not in the right format. I look forward to seeing him vote on other items that are not in the same format as well. Councillor Aringo said, let's support the local businesses. Well, I think I raised that quite a few times every month with the items when we've got workwear in South Perth or something like that. Ultimo Catering, Claremont Showgrounds is where they're based. Not even our neighbouring local governments. Not even neighbouring local governments. It's not a local business. We're actually got a plenty of local businesses that can provide catering, yet for citizenships, we go somewhere that's based out of Claremont. Food brings people together. I totally agree. Food brings it together. What even better is getting a community group that's passionate community groups to actually bring those people together with different food. Look, I think CWA, you couldn't go past the CWA. They make fantastic meals, but I've also been to a lot of other events where the community groups have catered. They do an absolutely unbelievable job. We talk about how can I make money? Well, if you look at the little matrix that I put there, we pay $750 just for the wait staff. 3 wait staff, they stand around for the citizenship ceremony, do a bit beforehand, do a bit after, or the chef is $240. There's $990. The beverages, $420 we get charged. That cans of soft drink and I think juices, $200 I believe they are. So councillors, if we want to do these things, there is a way. If we want to make it hard, we can make it hard. Councillors, this motion is about helping out our community. Our residents are doing it fiscally tough. I make no apologies for bringing motions like this up, and I will continue to do so as well, because I know how tough it is out there for our community, and if we can make it easier, and here's a great example, in my opinion, how we can make it easier at no extra cost, why wouldn't we support it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Bowman's motion, can you raise your hand? So Councillor Dawn, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Howlett, all those against. So it's myself, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Singh, Councillor Aringo, Councillor Jones, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik. So the motion is lost. Those against? Where? Just raise your hands again. Councillor Singh. So 1, 2, 3,
10, including you.
What was
you
that
against
for?
it?
Oh yes, it was me. So we had.
Okay, 10.
So it was 10-4. So it was lost 10-4.
Yeah, so let's just do that.
Okay, can we just do that again one more time? Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Bowman, Councillor Dawn, Miles, Knight and Howlett.
5, 9.
Okay, so it's motion's lost, 9-5. Right, councillors, we've hit 10:04 at the moment. Now we have a slight issue. We now need to go to the procedural motion, which is 2.14 about the meeting closure and time limits for council and committee meetings. We've hit, so it's point 2, where a meeting passes 10 p.m. at the conclusion of any motion under debate, the presiding member must invite members to move a procedural motion under subclause 9.1d or 9.1e to either adjourn the meeting or continue the meeting. We have 2 items left, I think that's correct.
2 items.
Yep, Councillor Knight, and we have Councillor Henderson's. Can we crank this out? Well, it should be pretty straight. Well, the last one might be a bit longer, so you need to make a decision. So have a think, can we knock these last two out, or are we coming out for another evening?
As that didn't get supported, I move that we continue until we've finished these two items.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Can these hold over to the next council meeting? Are they urgent? Can they hang over?
I think they need to be.
Thank you, through the chair. The agenda for next meeting is even larger than the one you've got here. So you won't be getting that. You'll probably find yourself having to come back for another night. So if you could get through this debate in 10 or 15 minutes, then it would be worth doing it, in my opinion.
Definitely, but
So
it's up to you.
I move we continue until we finish this. Will anyone second?
Thank you, Councillor Howler. Is anyone against? Is anyone against? No? So carried. We're going to go through this as quickly and efficiently as we possibly can. So we've got 15.4, Councillor Knight, proposed introduction of vacant land rating categories in 2024-25 on page 368. Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the council resolve to progress the introduction of the vacant land, residential, commercial and minimum rating categories as part of the city's 24-25 annual budget process. 2, as part of the rates modelling, establish the proposed rate in the dollar for vacant land rating categories at a rate that is 30% higher than for the improved land. And 3, increase the allocation of the annual draft budget for the city's street tree programme by the sum of the additional revenue raised from this measure for every financial year thereafter.
Do you have a second? Ooh, sorry.
The reason is we are in a housing crisis and we need to increase urban infill by encouraging vacant landholders to develop their land. Number 2, the proposal brings the city into line with other LGAs and it will generate an estimated $1.5 million per annum extra. And that money is to be spent on lining our streets with trees, which will improve property values, create better, healthier, more desirable places to live, which will improve the return for the landholders when they develop their blocks of land and sell, as well as expediting the goals of the city's urban forest plan.
Thank you, Councillor Knight. Seconder, Councillor Miles. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Edson. You can open, Councillor Knight. You have 3 minutes.
So why do we need to do this? The motion's in 2 parts. They need to increase the rate of the urban infill in the city and our drastic need to increase the tree canopy. 30% tree canopy is the accepted kind of standard for what we need for a livable city. The rate of 30% is also a standard across local governments that have this scheme. Money is estimated, money raised is about $1.5 million. Intent is to encourage development of vacant land within the city and eventually to pay rates in perpetuity as these blocks are developed. People buying off the plan in new subdivisions are exempt. Rural properties exempt. If you have a building application, you're exempt. It'll only be applied to vacant lots in the city that are zoned improved in urban or commercial residential. 30% tree canopy is 300 square metres for every square kilometre. It's quite a big ask. The rate increase for 30% of the land gives us the opportunity to use this revenue to pay for this. And it's an enormous task. The scale of to green the city is going to take years. We really want to try and do it by 2030, but that's really pretty ambitious. And I think the proposal may be the only opportunity that we'll have of getting sufficient funds to adequately address the scale of this task, because I'm sure we'd all agree that it's very unlikely that we're going to get funds in the normal budget process. This came to council last year, and so this is not my idea. This is for newly elected councillors. It's not my idea. So the officer's recommendation, I've taken a text from that. Our CEO amended it and made it workable. And my part was tying it to the tree canopy, which maybe is the genius part. I don't know. I think we have, the city has an obligation here as the biggest LGA in the Perth metro area to be proactive with our trees. And at the last electors meeting, 10 out of the 45 motions that we didn't actually hear, we didn't get to, they were all directly related to the tree canopy, and one was connected to the vacant land. So I think that there's plenty of support in the community for this. If you think that $1.5 million is too much to be spending on trees, divide that by 1,000. It's $1,500. At 300 a tree, that's 5 trees per square kilometre. So I think you can see what we're up against. So I think it's a good plan, and I'll call it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knight. The seconder? Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief because just to remind everyone, it is Valentine's Day, and as much as I love everyone here, I don't think we love each other that much. But
Just turn that on. Oh, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
But ultimately, I think Councillor Knight's motion is pretty good and a good start, and I think progressing some of the issues in our city in terms of making sure there's development happening because we are in a housing crisis. We also have some of the worst tree canopy that Councillor Knight also mentioned. So allocating some of that income to that measure I think is really responsible, and obviously there is a bit of a mandate with the annual electors meeting. So happy Valentine's Day and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Is there anyone against the motion? Question? Councillor Bowman.
Can I just confirm the notice of motion is not requesting a report, is it? So it's not in that format. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I knew you were going to say something. Mr. CEO, I'd like to confirm.
I think that was a rhetoric
Very.
question. Yes.
Right.
Councillor Henderson wants to speak.
Councillor Henderson, would you like to speak against the motion?
I do, thank you. There's so many things that's wrong with this motion that it's difficult to perhaps cover them in 3 minutes. So I'll start off with the first one, aspiration. I can think of perhaps I made a few bucks and I've got my house and my son or my daughter want to build sometime, and I happen to have a block of land that one or the other of them might want, and so to take that away by forcing a 30% tax is just frankly horrible. Here's the thing: if you really want to get serious, why don't you attack the international investor? The Chinese market are buying up our properties left, right and centre. Why not tax them? And you may have noticed that that in fact is a state and federal problem, and they should be dealing with it. This is in fact state agenda that we're talking about here. And in fact the state should be doing a hell of a lot more than they are. So think of the other thing too is that sometimes you buy some land for a family investment, your superannuation. Sure, now you want to go after us for another 30%, but on top of that, the state's going to slug you land tax because you have a second block. It's not your primary residence, so you're getting double whammy, and that in itself, tax on tax, is disgusting. And to actually hook this in with funding for trees, well, hang on a minute, there's nothing inspirational about that. If you want funding for trees, find it in the money in the budget, but don't go out and crucify people who want to have their own investments, their family aspirations taken away from them without due consideration. In fact, maybe we should even ask them what they think about that. But to use this kind of approach to fund trees is just, frankly, I'm not impressed. If we're that so locked into planting another $1.5 million worth of trees, which great idea because our developers certainly don't plant enough of them. Find the money somewhere else. Take it out of one of your other programs. That's where you get the money from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Is anyone for the motion?
I've got a question.
Councillor Howlett, question?
Thank you. Should councillors be disclosing interest if they have vacant land in the City of Swan that's undeveloped?
Mr. CEO?
it would be advantageous to them to do that so they don't risk potential standards panel complaint. I noticed when this matter came last year, Councillor Lucas declared a impartiality interest because he had vacant land.
Councillor Congerton, I think, as well. Okay.
So just confirming no councillors have actually disclosed an interest.
At this point, regarding any vacant land in the City of Swan, no, nothing's been received. Okay, so is anyone for the motion?
Question.
Just a question.
Just
Deputy Mayor.
to, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to elaborate on that. So, what sort of, if somebody owns a property, a vacant block directly, they'd have to declare that. But what if they owned it through a trust or they owned it jointly with somebody? Would that also have to be declared?
Mm-hmm. As far as I know, Mr. CEO,
Yes.
that was the answer. Yes. Right, is anyone for the motion? Councillor Dawn.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, I support the motion. I think it's terrific, actually. I think that the land should actually be developed because we are looking at urban infill, and I think people should actually be encouraged to develop their blocks because they are literally just buying them and sitting on them for aspirations. They should be just encouraged with other incentives. But yeah, no, I fully support it. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Councillor Dawn. Is anyone against the motion? Question, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is already about the we're proposing the 30%. So I think higher than the improvement land. So it has a set a minimum time for somebody have a vacant land and they have to be improved that develop that land or constructions will be finished on the is already have any set of time to within a year or two or when somebody buy land is no any set of time and within that time they have to be finish the constructions or like that
So
on the vacant land in the city.
My understanding is the motion is about imposing that cost on vacant blocks of land.
That's what I'm saying, the vacant block.
There's no mention of building or a building time on that land, Mr. CEO.
So thank you, no. But if you take a typical vacant lot, once it's fully developed, the GRV value would be higher. So in the period of development now, you'd just be given the vacant land rate. And that's what happens presently. If you start building a house, you rate it at the vacant land rate until such time as the property is developed. And then we'd receive a valuation from the Valuer General and it would go from UV to GRV.
And we don't have any time frame, but they still have what they're charging at this stage, like minimum rates for the vacant land or any percentage of that?
So we're just charging a UV, which is a minimum rate at this point in time.
Yes.
As proposed here, we would charge a higher rate on vacant land consistent with what others do.
Before we proceeding this motion to support or put extra percentages, can we get details how many properties in the vacant in the City of Swan and the business is in this motions already in there? How many residentials is living in the City of Swan is going to be impacting for more rate rising? So this is affecting, like, if we're talking about the zero rate rise, this is also impacting our City of Swan residents. So we have to see other side, both sides is there.
Just like Mr. Travascus.
Yes.
Through the chair, I can only refer to the council report that was done last year, and there were some financial impacts listed there. So there was 314 residential properties and 95 commercial.
That's out of 44,000, was it?
Yeah, out of apologies. No, so 4,134 residential, vacant land, and commercial 134.
And how many properties?
We have about 60,000. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any further questions?
So sorry for taking time. So this is under the developers or the individual? individual residents, and maybe under the developers as well. Some of
Would through the chair, it would include individual landowners as well as developers who had lots that were vacant at that time.
Right, any further questions there? Right, so anyone against the motion? Is there anyone who'd like to speak against the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, 1 and 2, I am for. It was a motion I brought to this council 12 months ago, but it got lost. I have a problem with the wording of number 3. I don't think we should be setting things now. Budgets should be considered as a whole. Where we need that money, we look at then what the allocations are, what the priorities are. Because of recommendation 3 and the wording of recommendation 3, I'm going to vote against it, but noting that 1 and 2 I'm supportive of. I'm supportive of us planting more trees and doing things that we can there. However, I'm not in support of making a motion right now that we increase the allocation in the annual draft budget without me considering all the priorities of the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone for the motion? Last call for the motion, and last call is anyone against the motion? Councillor Budovnik.
I just want to say, we all know that a lot of people get very upset when we raised our rates by 3.25%. So how can we justify suddenly moving to raise rates by 30% for a group of landowners? This motion doesn't target big developers. It hits a lot of individuals and mum and dad investors, and we don't know their personal circumstances. What we do know, however, is there's an overheated construction market in Perth with significant building delays. And those delays are beyond people's control, including building companies going bust. 3 big West Australian building firms went bust just a few months ago. What's also hard to sell to the ratepayer is the fact the City of Swan owns vacant land. But this 30% rate increase won't apply to us, simply because the city is not liable for any council rates on its properties. Do you think people will find that fair? This proposed 30% rate hike is excessive and not one we should support tonight. There has been no report to council investigating this. We don't know how many properties will be affected. Well, we're told 16,000 just now, but we have no details. I do support tree planting, but raising rates by 30% for 16,000 properties in the City of Swan is not the solution. Please vote this down.
Thank you, Councillor Budovnik. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion that hasn't spoken already? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, this motion is not in the format of a report, but we've already had the report. We got that last year. So this motion, except for section 3, is in effect an officer's recommendation. So other than section 3, it's as recommended by the CEO and his staff. Why are empty blocks a problem? If you go to Midvale, you'll discover that in an established suburb, which was established many, many years ago, it's really an extension of Midland, there are very large numbers of large, unkempt, empty blocks. These empty blocks in Midvale are, in effect, land banking by developers. They are creating an unsafe and antisocial environment.
Point of order.
One moment, please.
We actually don't
Point of
know
order,
if it's
Councillor Budovnik.
owned by developers. That's not, we don't know that.
Well, they wouldn't, yes, we do.
Just
Oh, sorry.
as far as I know, there is. Okay, well, thank you. So we'll just retract that then.
I'll say investors instead. So these large empty blocks are clearly intended for group dwellings and high density dwellings. You don't do that if you're just a mom and dad investor. These are in most cases going to be property developers. What we need to do, council, is to get rid of these empty blocks which are causing immense distress to people in Midvale. We need to encourage the owners to develop them. And the best way to do that is through money. So if we increase their rates by 30%, it will give them a message that they need to get on with it and get those blocks built. I want to see Midvale sorted out so that there are no empty blocks, good quality housing, everybody feels safe. So I think this will go a small way towards making Midvale a more pleasant and safer place to live. And in particular, the $1.5 million that this will raise, that's 1.5% of rates, councillors. That means we don't have to put up rates by 1.5%. Had we passed this last year, instead of a 3.25% raise, it would have been 3.25 minus 1.5%. That's my view. Councillors, the mums and dads who are impacted are the mums and dads who have got 2 jobs, they've got kids at home, they can't make ends meet, they don't want their rates going up, so we should look at every way to increase our rate revenue in a way that drives development in the right direction in our city. And that 30% extra, councillors, if you're an investor or a property developer, you can just claim it against tax. So, councillors, this motion is going in the right direction, and as I've said, it's an officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Right. A question, Councillor Singh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it is circumstances as both sides. We're going to encourage to the landowners and the developers to develop their property. But as we have to, I think, before we have to be approved, have to 30%, can we just send them to approve these things, to send them to notification, your rates will be increased if you're not, but that's also the encouraging. You can send him to warning, send him to notice before you have to be set up something to suddenly put on those developers or residential. I'm not side of the developers, but I think I'm here 16 years in Australia. We received the notifications before.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, no, this is just maybe you can say.
Are you asking our staff
Yes.
going to provide?
Yes, before you have to be set up this approving. Thank you.
The CEO would like to make a comment.
So through the chair, item 1 says progress the introduction. It doesn't actually introduce a vacant land rate. So as part of the rating process each year, we have to bring all the rate table to council for its endorsement to advertise differential rates. As part of the advertising, we write to we advise ratepayers that there is this, and we do extensive advertising of this measure. So it wouldn't just be one day you get this introduced, you would get advice prior to that.
Councillor Bowman.
Just a question through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO. Mr. CEO, the Councillor Johnson mentioned that the $1.5 million could have, if we had introduced it last year, could have reduced rates by 1.5%. Just confirming, is that true? Because my understanding is this motion is we potentially will be getting an extra $1.5 million, but we would also be increasing our expenditure by $1.5 million.
CEO.
So through the chair, that would be the draft budget amendment we would put together for council for consideration at the time. So we wouldn't be using this as a rate offset.
So following on from this year's budget, if we had had this in place, which would have allowed us to get an extra $1.5 million in revenue, we would have also, according to this motion, increased the tree planting budget by 1.5 million. So am I correct that there is no offset?
Yes.
Okay. Right, I'm going to put it to the vote.
Actually, I've got a question.
Hang on a second, we've got a right reply as well. Question first, Councillor Howlett.
Oh, I actually wanted to enter the debate.
Okay, question from Deputy Mayor.
My question is, if we're already spending $1.5 million on trees, would we not take that into account, and this $1.5 million could be used to spend $1.5 million worth of trees? So therefore, we are saving $1.5 million, or we do have an extra $1.5 million that's saving money on rates. Would that be one way of looking at it?
CEO.
Through the chair, no, because you've got an allocation of $2 million now. This proposal is to use the additional revenue to increase the tree planting by $1.5 million. So it doesn't offset anything.
Okay.
Question.
Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Johnson said that an individual would be able to claim a tax deduction on the 30% increased rates. Can staff confirm that people can claim a tax deduction on their rates? Individuals I'm talking about?
All right, Mr. CEO.
The answer is yes, but only if you hold the land as for development purposes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Podolny.
Quickly, I just wanted to follow up on that budgeting process. If we endorsed a 30% rate rise, that would then go into our budget modelling, wouldn't it? And then if we were to advertise it, how on earth are we going to withdraw that if people are up in arms? How's that possible?
Through the chair, so two things. Firstly, if you adopt this as a draft measure, it goes into the rates modelling process. We then, as part of the preparation of the budget, bring a draft set of differential rates to council for advertising. Through the advertising process, you receive feedback. At the end of that process, having considered the feedback, it's up to council whether it adopts the draft set of different rates or adjusts them. And what you can't do is go up, but you can go down.
Thank you. Councillor Howlett, would you like to speak for or against?
I would like to speak for, thank
Thank
you,
you.
and I will be quick. I'm conscious of the time. Councillors, I've lived in Midland for 29 years, and over that time I've seen an increase in vacant land through many reasons, but frequently the demolition of what was once heritage buildings or old buildings, whatever you want to call them. So we're seeing the demise of heritage. We're seeing an increase in vacant land that really look like missing teeth in a smile. They look ugly. They just sit there doing nothing. These rates would be applied not to people's homes, not to people's houses. This is to be applied to vacant land. Nobody's living on that land. It's no one's residence. We must increase our urban infill if we are to save woodlands like that lot that we were debating earlier today. Midland has been land bank central for too long because everybody's waiting for it to pop. Everyone's waiting for it to maximise their asset or their vacant land or their development block for the benefit of their kids. And in doing that, it brings the detriment of this town down. So I fully support this motion if it's applied to Midland, to be honest, because I think it would do nothing but increase its presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Councillor Knight, your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Henderson says it's horrible. Well, what's horrible is people sleeping in their cars. I'm sure that, well, it's homeless. We're encouraging people to build homes. I mean, and there's not enough homes. So, and Councillor Miles' generation, I mean, they're paying 9 times the what are you, millennial? I don't know, but they're paying 9 times the annual average wage for a house, whereas 30 years ago it was 2 or 3 years. So talk about fairness and what's horrible. When the prices are going to come back down, house prices, building construction, it's been high for years now. Is there any sign that it's ever going to come back? I mean, who's got a crystal ball here? Is it just going to hold it off forever in case prices might drop? I don't see it. So, look, I know I don't want to put rates up. I know that how this might look, but times are tough, and desperate times call for desperate measures. We've got to get some tree canopy in this place. As the WA Today story about our treeless suburbs. I mean, we've got to do something. We're planting 1,200 trees at the moment, and break that down. It's 1.2 trees per square kilometre. It's not enough. In our Whiteman ward meeting yesterday, we've got 4 advocacy tree projects that come under about $700,000. Some of these projects go out to 2027, 28. It's just miles away. We've got to try and bring that forward. I'm sure that's the same for all wards. So you all got something. So, look, please support it. I think it's for the greater good, and the people that are going to pay for it are the ones that can afford it. It's not much. It's a few $100s a year extra. They're all on minimum rates, I would say. So, yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Councillor Knight. Those in favour of Councillor Knight's motion, just raise your hand. So, Deputy Mayor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Howlett, and myself. That's 7, 2. So those against were Councillor Singh, Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Prodovnik. And I have the casting vote, so I support Councillor Knight's motion tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to move through the last motion for the evening tonight, and we have Councillor Henderson. 15.5, proposed Gidgegannup FOGO non-participation on page 371. Councillor Henderson.
Um, 23 on the run sheet. I move that council resolve to exclude the suburb of Gidgegannup from receiving a FOGO service as part of the city's FOGO implementation program, and a part 2 to add that the City of Swan undertake a review of the proposed FOGO service in rural areas and bring it back to a briefing of council. Do you want the reasons? I think they're there.
Yes, please.
Reasons residents have sought that they be removed from the program as they can use alternative disposal methods. The widely distributed and relatively small population will cause elevated cost implications to the city and ratepayers.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Zanino. Just question from Councillor Howlett.
Sorry.
Wait.
I just
He did put his hand up. Yep. Councillor Howlett.
apologies. It's just was there an amendment to that motion because I didn't see it to.
This is to part 2.
Okay, is that being on? It's not on my printed
Hang on a
materials.
second.
I just wanted to see it. Could I have? All right, that's fine. I'm happy to. I just like to see it before we vote.
I've got that the City of Swan undertake a review of FOGO and...
Just been handed over. They're just going to type that up. Just be a second.
In the rural suburbs, bring a report on this back to a future council briefing. Rural suburbs. Bring a report
A report.
to a future council briefing. I'm going to release the staff, Madam Mayor. Those
Thank
staff who just aren't needed for this item, you can go home. It's
Thank you very much.
just a minute clock.
All right. We still have one member in the gallery.
You can go.
If they're not needed staff, you can go home.
Okay. They've amended that.
I don't think anyone's going to object to this one, so it's
What's the next thing? Ask for?
All right, we have the motion, Madam Mayor.
got the motion, so it's now against.
Right. Happy with that? Councillors Nina, happy? Yep, okay. Right. Is anyone against the motion? Question, Councillor Bowman.
I have a number of questions. Will Gidgee residents just not get the FOGO bin, but their muni bin will be like all others and go to 120 litre and fortnightly collection? Is the proposal for Gidgee continue
Hang on,
getting
should we go through one question at a time with staff?
Well, I can answer them all. They might be able to then provide an
How many
answer.
have you got?
I've got about 10.
We'll go through, if it's easier, staff can choose to go through one at a time, or it's probably going to go to Mr Southern, so. Right, so would you prefer one at a time? Then, yes, thanks, one
Yes,
at a time.
please. So the first one was, will the Gidgee residents just not get the FOGO bin? And will their muni bins be like everyone else and go to 120 litre and fortnightly collection under this proposal?
Mr. Sunderland?
Yeah. So the motion doesn't clarify what the general waste service would look like. Yeah. So that would still need to be defined. Moving forward, if they were to be removed from the FOGO service, they would move to the general waste service provided to all other properties going to FOGO, which would be the reduced bin size and reduced collection frequency.
Second question?
So they won't get to keep their 240 litre bin and it will be picked up fortnightly, not weekly.
Based on the motion, that's correct.
Okay. Will Gidgee residents be required to pay the same amount, noting the CEO's previous comments about the rollout? And all residents pay the same, even those that were going to take 7 years for the rollout?
Yes, because there's a single waste charge for all residents. Everyone pays the same charge.
Okay. Has other areas been considered, noting Councillor Henderson, and I thank you for that, adding the other motion by staff?
That's obviously part 2 of the motion.
Do any other local governments exclude certain areas from FOGO?
And again, sorry?
Do any other local governments who've got FOGO exclude certain areas from their FOGO?
Through the chair, yes, but not so much exclude areas, exclude building types. So multi-residential units are excluded and high residential areas are excluded in, say, the city of Fremantle.
What would be the impacts of the proposed routes, etc.? My understanding was going to be the same day pickup for your green waste or your FOGO. Will that have an impact to the pickup service of the city?
Currently, Gidgee Gun Up's collected on a Friday, if I'm correct. There's 2 rounds for Gidgee Gun Up, so the proposal would just remove those 2 rounds from service.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Are there any other questions for staff?
You're advised to me you're leaving the meeting for personal reasons, that's all.
Thank you.
So you're not leaving without being advised to leave.
Looking at. Is there anyone against the motion? Councillor Bowman. Right. Councillor Henderson.
I didn't know if you wanted to debate it or not. Okay. First things first. Just to answer some of those questions as I see it, the average pickup in Gidgee is around some 14 kilograms per house. That's a tiny amount on average. In fact, it's smaller than the general rounds. I think that's important to note, particularly if we do go to a 2 weekly pickup. And I think if you look at the other questions, the charges issues are standard for everyone. Given that some are excluded, it fits into the same case. So we're looking at excluding some here. But let me get on to the fundamentals. One of the key areas of argument from staff is that we'll have to return $150,000 of the grant funding. Well, the idea of that funding was to mitigate some of the cost of extra trucks. In fact, we'd need 2 extra trucks, although they wouldn't be full-time on Gidgee. I think it's about 4/5 or something like that. But the point I'll make is that those trucks cost $450,000 each. That's $900,000. So that puts a big hole in the argument about saving on $150,000, which we'd have to spend. So, given that, and given that the community up there have been very extensive in their proposals to have it taken out of the system, I think it's important for us to say, okay, how do we assess that? Well, Councillor Zanino will have his say in a moment, but we have one person standing this evening in the gallery who has put a submission in saying, please don't introduce FOGO, because you will have seen from all of the emails that much of the materials fed to the chooks It's used to make mulch. It's used to make fantastic food for the worms. It goes into garden beds and all of those things. Now, there will be some, there's no doubt there will be some that has to be collected, and that will be dealt with in the normal pickup rounds. The cost, however, the significant cost of doing only 1,000 homes in such a significant area is significant. We've got a huge area to cover. And for those that are concerned about us burning diesel, well, that's just one aspect.
5 seconds left.
I've got a lot more to say, but I'm running out of talk power, and
Which
I'm
is
sure
unfortunately your time.
Councillor Zeno can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Bowman, would you like to speak against? Councillor Zanino.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. I concur with my fellow councillor, Councillor Henderson, and I'd just like to say that when it comes to Gidgigena, both myself and Councillor Henderson have been attending meetings at a regular basis, and we are constantly lobbied by the majority of residents from Gidgigena, basically saying they are not interested, they don't want it, and, you know, why should it be, you know, forced upon them? If they had the choice, they would do away with the ordinary household waste as well, because they're saying they don't need it. And that was forced upon them, and they're paying, you know, rates for the bins which are not warranted. And when it comes to the FOGO, no one has told me that they were in favour of it, or Councillor Henderson, and that they would be taking advantage of it or using it. They are saying it's a total waste. And if you take into account the cost that it would take for trucks to be running up and down those steep hills and roads, trying to collect a few bins, clocking up God knows how many miles. We talk about, you know, fuel. How much fuel would they be using? I mean, pollution to the air. You don't need it. So at the end of the day, we have also spoken to other people in rural areas, and that is the reason why Councillor Henderson has included part 2 to this at this stage, because some of the other rural areas, and by other rural areas, I'm talking about Brigadoon in particular, which is similar topographical or geographical circumstances as Gidgigena, and also parts of the top end of Bullsbrook. They are of similar, you know, mentality. They're saying, you know, we don't need it, we don't want it, don't force it on us. So that's the reason for adding part 2, and we would like the city to go out, investigate, come back, present all the information to all of us at a future briefing, and we can then make an informed decision. So I implore you to support the recommendation, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zeno. Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't disagree with anything that Councillor Zanino or Councillor Henderson has said. However, and going on what Councillor Johnson said a little while ago, perhaps the notice of motion calling for a report would be the first step. Councillors, I don't think we've got all the information in front of us, and a couple of things I just raised. Will the people of Gidgigena be happy that they will not be getting a FOGO bin, which I understand from the 2 councillors they will be, but their general muni bin will be going to 120 litre, picked up fortnightly, and they'll be paying the same price as most of us who will have the FOGO bin as well. I think if they get told that, there might be an issue. So I don't know if there was the understanding that the muni bin would go from a 240 to a 120, picked up fortnightly. These are the things that we need to consider, and they need to be aware of. The two ward councillors said they've been told from a number of the public up in Gidgegannup. I don't doubt that. However, it would be nice to go out and ask all of people in Gidgegannup. The other thing that I asked too was, what's the impacts to our pickups? Is there any flow on? Is there any cost issues to the city? I think these are all needed to be determined first. I don't disagree with exactly what the two ward councillors are trying to do. I just think we need to, one, have the information, two, make sure everyone's aware, because I don't think tonight, I think there was a few blank looks and a few other people going with their looks on their facial expression, where our acting director said, no, it'll only be a 120 litre general muni and it'll be picked up fortnightly, and when the CEO then said, no, you'll be paying the same amount. If that's the case, I'm happy to support that, but I just think everyone needs to be on the same page.
Thank you. Is anyone for the motion? Councillor Dawn?
Yes, I'm for the motion because I do think those rural areas, I think people are composting and whatnot as well. So I think I believe in the opt-out system. I think but the whole suburb, not just certain streets, I should think.
Thank you. Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. Just briefly, I agree with the intent of the motion, but I've got concerns. I think we just need to investigate it further to understand that the whole of the community, through some sort of survey, and of course the cost is very important, that they are very aware of what they think they're getting as opposed to what they will be getting and being charged for. So I would implore that we just investigate this further. And I think time is on our side, so we probably have the opportunity to bring it back to Council again to consider it with more depth.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. Is anyone else for the motion that would like to speak to the motion? Is anyone against the motion that hasn't spoken yet? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in... Oh, sorry, right of reply. God.
I would have thought that would have sunk in.
Just want to speed it along. Speed it along.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Can I start off by saying, first things first, you never get, in a survey, you never get 100% of one way or the other. There will always be some that say, oh, I want this. But I'll just say this much. I've had all walks of life from Gidgee, from people that basically left-leaning, right-leaning, in the middle. It's not about politics. It's about what they want to do with their rubbish. So it's more a matter of what individuals want, and I don't think you're going to get, in other words, not a green agenda, if you wish. The key thing here is that I do believe that Councillor Zanino and I are very close to that community, and that's been indicated by the significant number of emails that we've received once this became known throughout the Gidgegram that we were moving this way, having heard from them, supporting what we want. I haven't had not a single email saying I've got to have FOGO. Now, if I'd had one, okay, the stats might come into play, but none. And it's been out there publicly very widely. It's been on Facebook, and it was promoted. This, in fact, was promoted broadly on Facebook, and we got a lot of results, emails come to us as a result. So I do believe that we've got enough information to be able to make a decision on this one. As for part two of the motion, that opens it up more broadly. There will be a broader discussion there and whether or not it's viable, etc. So I think part two, in fact, gets that progress going that I think needs to be done. So, councillors, I do believe that this is quite a simple decision because the community have very, very loudly asked for it and seeking your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. I'm going to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Singh, Councillor Jones, Councillor Zanino and Councillor Henderson. And against is Councillor Bowman, Councillor Miles, Councillor Knight, Councillor Howlett and myself.
That's 7-5. Read it.
It's 7-5.
Is that correct? 7-5?
Because we've got two gone.
Yes, 7-5. So if it's carried.
This motion carried 7-5, and thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone very much tonight.
Complete the meeting, Madam Mayor.
We will go and close it, but thank those who are, just a moment, so we'll just...
Item 16.
Yep, item 16 is notice of motions for consideration in the following meeting if given during the meeting. And that deadline for submissions will be 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 20th of February 2024. So I'd like to officially close that meeting now at 10:55 and thank everyone for coming.